双方同意继续通过外交渠道保持沟通，妥善处理涉海分歧，管控好海上局势。
We turn over to Africa now, and Ethiopia is hosting a secret camp to train thousands of fighters for the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary group in neighbouring country Sudan. The camp constitutes the first direct evidence of Ethiopia's involvement in Sudan's civil war, marking a potentially dangerous development that provides the RSF a substantial supply of fresh soldiers as fighting escalates in Sudan's south. According to reports, Ethiopian government officials said that the United Arab Emirates has financed the camp's construction and provided military trainers and logistical support to the site. Joining us now is Ayanuga Olugbenga Paul, a public affairs analyst, joining us live from Lagos in Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us. The Sudan war wages on, of course, something that the United Nations calls the worst humanitarian crisis. The UAE has been reported to be backing the paramilitary RSF forces who are fighting against the Sudanese government. If Ethiopia is directly training these RSF fighters, does this cross the line from regional mediators to an active participant in Sudan's war here?
Well, it came as a shock to me too when I saw the news about the training camp in Ethiopia, because I've been trying to look at all the angles and what benefits to what end will it be for Ethiopia to be sponsoring a recognized terrorist organization. I tried to see the connect from the area of ethnic affiliation to the area of investment partnership that will literally be to the benefit of Ethiopia, because I know nobody does this without logical reasons, and I can't really pinpoint right now, to the level of my knowledge, why this is happening. And the location of this training camp also gives me a cause for concern. The fact that it is located near the great Renaissance Dam that has been in contention, between the Egyptian and the Sudanese authority on the flow of the River Nile, as it affects both country irrigation systems. So while I, on one part, want to think that maybe for the greater dam project politics and related systems, this might be the interest of Ethiopia, but I do not see that as being, quality enough reason. So I'm also looking at from the angle of international.
Okay, we seem to be having some network issues with Ayanuga currently. Hopefully we get him back in just a second. These reports that Ethiopia is hosting a secret training camp for fighters of Sudan's RSF forces. They mark a dangerous new phase in Sudan's civil war. Does this... So you're saying, Ayanuga, that the UAE's backing of the RSF forces, which have been said to have perpetrated atrocities across the country, are indeed credible?
Well, I think from all the information available, especially from sources inside Ethiopia itself, it seems there is a level of credibility to the news. And for me, it looks as if, Ethiopia is putting fire on a roof they want to sit under, or they are putting snake under their bed. Because once the RSF forces that they are trained are through with the atrocity they are committing in Sudan, of course, definitely they are going to come back into Ethiopia and give them problems. The same example happened in my own country, Nigeria, here. And if they have not learned from that, I don't know what they would be able to learn from. It's sets a dangerous precedent, especially in that volatile region of the of the continent, where from Sudan to Tanzania to Djibouti to Somaliland, you have these constant wars and insurgency activity happening to Central African Republic. I really feel terrible that Ethiopia is caught in the finger, and I try to analyze every angle of the cost-benefit analysis of the gain Ethiopia stands to have, and I can't put it together yet as of now to see why it is worth for them to have a training camp for such a terrorist organization in their country.
Ayanuga, do stay with us as we turn to our next story. And a student at Senegal University has tragically died after violent clashes broke out between police and students who were protesting for delayed stipend payments. The unrest occurred on Monday with Abdul Boya Ba, a second-year medical student who lost his life during the protest. The protests for the timely release of student stipends has been a recurring issue at various Senegalese universities. The Senegal government have confirmed the incident and expressed their condolences to the distressed families. We have some breaking news now, once again coming in from the African continent, and the UN Human Rights Chief has warned that growing tensions in Ethiopia's Tigray region could quickly descend into renewed conflict if urgent action is not taken. Despite a previous peace agreement in 2022, reports of insecurity, human rights abuses and lack of humanitarian access persisted. The UN is calling on all parties to de-escalate immediately, uphold the ceasefire, protect civilians and allow full access to aid, stressing that failure to act now could lead to devastating consequences. Well, that's all that we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of the hour. The United States and Armenia have agreed to cooperate on civil nuclear energy, deepening ties. The move follows a US-brokered South Caucasus peace deal, with Washington seeking to draw Yerevan closer. Ghislaine Maxwell has refused to answer the US House Oversight Committee invoking the Fifth Amendment, lawyers say. Both parties criticise the move as Democrats allege she seeks clemency, and her lawyer says she'll testify only with a pardon. King Charles III says he will support police if asked over claims Prince Andrew shared sensitive material with Jeffrey Epstein. Buckingham Palace says the King is concerned by newly reviewed Epstein files. The United States has issued new guidelines urging US-flagged ships to avoid Iran's waters in the Strait of Hormuz amid rising tensions. The advisory also warns against Iranian forces boarding American vessels. The White House opposes Israel annexing the West Bank, saying stability is vital to regional security. It stopped short of condemning new measures or saying if concerns were raised with Israel's government. Venezuela's parliament has now delayed a vote on a proposed amnesty law, moving the session to Thursday. The move comes amid US pressure to free political prisoners following Maduro's ouster. Police arrested 27 people as clashes erupted while officers cleared protests against Israeli President Isaac Herzog's visit in Sydney. Protesters allege pepper spray misuse as PM Anthony Albanese urged calm ahead of a new rally. Mexican authorities recovered 10 bodies during the search for workers kidnapped from a Canadian-owned mine in Sinaloa State. Officials say 5 victims are identified so far, while forensic teams work to confirm the others. We start with ongoing Epstein files fallout, and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell has refused to answer questions from US lawmakers, invoking her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Maxwell, who is serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking, appeared via video link from a Texas prison after being subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee. Instead of responding to questions about Epstein's associates and alleged protection by elites, Maxwell repeatedly declined to testify. Her attorney said she would be prepared to speak if granted clemency by President Donald Trump, claiming she could offer the unfiltered truth. The deposition comes as Congress reviews millions of Justice Department documents related to Epstein. Lawmakers say some high-profile names remain redacted, even as officials maintain no new prosecutions are expected. Let's listen in to Maxwell and her lawyer.
Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Ms. Maxwell, did you at any time play any role in Jeffrey Epstein's activities involving the recruitment, grooming, or trafficking of young women or girls?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
If this committee and the American public truly want to hear the unfiltered truth about what happened, there is a straightforward path. Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Only she can provide a complete account, and some may not like what they hear, but the truth matters. For example, both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Ms. Maxwell alone can explain why, and the public is entitled to hear that explanation. Thank you.
Ghislaine Maxwell there, accomplice and boyfriend of convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Matthew Vadum joins us in this discussion. He's an American journalist. He's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Her lawyer there claiming that Maxwell can deliver the unfiltered truth, but only if clemency is on the table for her. Does that undermine the credibility of what she might say?
Not necessarily. Often witnesses give testimony in exchange for immunity from prosecution or in exchange for, leniency during their trials. So I don't think it necessarily undermines her credibility. The real question is whether President Trump would actually grant it and clemency, and that seems to me highly unlikely. The public on the Epstein files is baying for blood, and Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person who is behind bars, and yet there are all sorts of fantastic theories that that there are many more people in elite society who are involved, and no one has been charged, and no one has been put behind bars. The vaunted client list of Epstein has never, to the best of my knowledge, been released. And this was a major campaign promise of President Trump in the 2024 campaign, was for the government to be transparent about the Epstein files. The Epstein files, more than 3 million documents have now been released, but a lot of those documents have been heavily redacted. And you have congressmen like Ro Khanna, Democrat of California, and Thomas Massie, Republican of Kentucky, saying that they know of at least 6 people whose names were redacted, whose names should not have been redacted from the files as released. And they didn't name them, probably because they could be sued by stating their names in public, but they could easily go to the floor of the House of Representatives and state their names, state the alleged individuals' names, and be immune from lawsuits under their under the Constitution, which allows them to say things on the floor of the House of Representatives and not be not be sued over them. So I think that President Trump would pay a very heavy political price if he were to, not charge anyone new as a result of the Epstein scandal, and to suddenly turn around and give some sort of a deal to Ghislaine Maxwell. That would be a very tough sell politically. It would make Donald Trump look very bad, and I don't think he's suicidal. I don't think he would do it. Maybe they could reach some sort of a minor deal, but she's not going to get out of prison for cooperating.
Matthew, why isn't Donald Trump ruling out issuing Ghislaine Maxwell a presidential pardon? If he did, what will that do to his credibility going into those midterms in November, especially in this current climate?
Politically, it would probably be very helpful for him to rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. As I said a moment ago, maybe some sort of a minor clemency could be granted, or her sentence reduced or something like that. But even that is still going to be very unpopular with President Trump's own political base, which is on the issue of the Epstein files and Epstein-related prosecutions, is fairly angry with Donald Trump right now. So he'd be putting himself in a perilous situation were he to play ball with Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers on this point.
And do you think we could see further prosecutions when it comes to these files? As you've said, Ghislaine Maxwell is the only one that remains incarcerated currently. And of course, also, those files are not an indication of guilt by any of the individuals mentioned. But do you think we have seen the end of this as Donald Trump wants it to be?
No, we haven't seen the end of it, because in the public's mind, there are still many unanswered questions. And until the public starts to be given some more definitive answers, I think people are still going to be exercised and upset about the Epstein situation. So yeah, I don't think the problem is going to go away for Trump anytime soon.
Matthew, how's the American media covering this? Of course, we all know about the way that news is broadcast in the US. You have your Fox News, and on the other side you have your CNN. What's both of the sides looking at when it comes to this case?
I think both sides. You mean both left-wing and right-wing?
Indeed.
Media outlets. I think both are pressing for something more to be done. They are not satisfied that enough has been done to expose the wrongdoing of any co-conspirators Jeffrey Epstein may have had. So the pressure from the media, I have no doubt, is going to continue.
Indeed. Matthew, do stay with us as we turn over to our next story and we head to the Caribbean. And the US Southern Command has confirmed a military strike on a vessel in the Eastern Pacific, killing 2 individuals. According to a statement released, the vessel was involved in narcotics trafficking along known routes and operated by designated terrorist organizations. The strike resulted in the deaths of 2 suspected narco-terrorists. Following the engagement, US Southern Command activated a search and rescue operation through the US Coast Guard for the survivor. The strike is part of the ongoing Operation Southern Spear, targeting narco trafficking in the region. We turn once again to the United States, and President Trump has opposed Israel's move to annex parts of the occupied West Bank, stating that a stable West Bank is crucial for Israel's security and peace in the region. This follows new measures announced by Israeli ministers Bezalel Smotrich and Israel Katz, which extend Israeli control over the Palestinian territory and make it easier for Israelis to acquire land for new settlements. In response, 8 Muslim-majority countries, including Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Turkey, have condemned Israel's actions, calling them an attempt to impose unlawful Israeli sovereignty. The United Nations and Spain have also expressed concern, with the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres warning that these actions threaten the 2-state solution. The measures include transferring authority over building authority in Hebron from the Palestinian Authority to Israel, and also tightening control over key religious sites like Rachel's tomb and the Cave of the Patriarchs. Additionally, Israel plans to expand enforcement of environmental and archaeological laws in areas of the West Bank, potentially leading to further demolitions. Matthew Verdum joins us once again. What does Donald Trump's opposition to Israel annexing the West Bank say about his current stance on it? While, of course, Israel their current government continues to approve actions that Bezalel Smotrich speaks of.
Right. I think that President Donald Trump's position is that the West Bank cannot be annexed by Israel. I think it might be a good move for Israel in terms of its national security, but it would be wildly unpopular in the Arab world. And I think President Trump's opposition to Israeli annexation of the West Bank reflects that. It would create a firestorm of opposition throughout the Arab world, and would turn a lot of countries that have been either friendly towards Israel or at least not hostile to Israel to suddenly become hostile. The West Bank is very important to Arabs, and they don't want it to come under they don't want it to be dominated by Israel. And it would drive them into a frenzy of anger if Israel were to take it over. And that is why the United States, particularly President Trump, has resisted Israel on this point. President Trump is probably the greatest friend in the White House that Israel has ever had, but that doesn't mean that he kowtows to Israel, that he does everything that doesn't mean that he allows Israel to do everything that it wants to do. He draws a line on the issue of the West Bank, and that is, as he sees it, important for regional stability and for preventing explosions of Arab anger at Israel and the United States.
And Donald Trump has been seen as found a new relationship with those Gulf states in particular, your Qatars, your Saudi Arabias. What credibility does this two-state solution still have when international actors warn it is being undermined, yet no enforcement mechanisms follow it?
I don't think there ever will be two states. Some countries have recognized Palestine, such as the United Kingdom and so on, and some European countries, but that doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. The Palestinians have been offered over the last 50 years, Yasser Arafat and others have turned down actual solid offers from Israel to create a second state, to create a Palestinian state, and it has never come to fruition because Palestinians. I tend to agree with the Israeli position on this, that Palestinians really don't want a second state. They just want to kill. Like Hamas, they just want to keep attacking Israelis, and so. I think that there's always been a certain sort of phoniness, artificiality in this discussion of a two-state solution. I don't think it's a real thing. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but it's constantly held up by politicians as this ideal that they're striving for. I think that the best that can be done, at least for the foreseeable future, is to pursue peace between the Palestinians and Israel, and they'll say that they're pursuing a two-state solution, and even the United States may say that it's pursuing a two-state solution, but it's there's something about it that's just very, very phony.
Okay, Matthew Vadum, thank you very much for joining us here on NewsX World. It's a great pleasure to talk to you, as always. We turn now to South Asia, and Bangladesh's leading prime ministerial contender, Tariq Rahman, has said that his Bangladesh Nationalist Party would not form a unity government if they come to power after the national election scheduled on February the 12th. Rahman added that the BNP is confident it can win enough seats to govern on its own. Let's listen in to what Tariq Rahman had to say.
If we are in the government, we need to provide jobs for the young people. We need to provide, bring businesses in the country so that jobs can be created, people can have a better life. We need to provide medical service for our people. We need to rebuild the education system for our people. There are many challenges. And to fight these challenges, of course, in this world, a single country cannot fight it. They need friends, of course, we need friends.
Joining us on this now is Colonel Sanjit Sirohi, an international relations and defense expert, joining us live from New Delhi. Thank you so much for joining us. The region is gearing up for those elections on February the 12th. Some big statements coming there from Rahman. In a country as politically divided as Bangladesh, is rejecting a unity government, a sign of confidence for the Nationalist Party?
Good morning, Thomas, and thank you very much for having me on your district channel and discussing something very, very latest and important. Now, as you have mentioned, that Tariq Rahman, who is now the chairman of the Bangladesh National Party, although the Bangladesh National Party, that is the BNP and Jamaati Islami, have been fighting elections together for so many years, as long as Awami League was the main party. But now, since Awami League has been banned and Sheikh Hasina has taken asylum in India, so now both these parties are fighting against each other. And their this thing, Jamaat-e-Islami chairman Shafiqur Rahman, he wants to come into the government whenever the government is formed. But Tariq Rahman has said no, because he says that since we are fighting against each other in the elections, there is no question of forming the government together. So I think it shows that Tariq Rahman is very, very confident about his party, and he has claimed that they are going to win more than 2/3 majority in the House. So if that be the case, I think that is the right option for Mr. Tariq Rahman to go solo for forming the government. Thomas.
And given Bangladesh's history of disputed elections, how credible is the BNP's claim that it can secure a clear solo mandate, especially, of course, with the Awami League being banned, as you've already mentioned?
Look, earlier, if you see, from 2001 to 2006, BNP and Jamaat-e-Islami, they formed the government together when BNP leader became the prime minister. But now things have changed. Now the Jamaat-e-Islami has formed a distinct group with 11 parties together, and these 11 parties also include the National Citizen Party, which was instrumental in overthrowing Sheikh Hasina in 2024. So I think that both these parties are now fighting elections and both are trying to form the government. So if BNP comes, then it will be better for the country. But if Jamaat-e-Islami comes, because although Jamaat-e-Islami does not have that much of support base, but now with the latest change and Awami League out of the election fray, so I think Jamaati will also get some good seats. And after that, let's see what happens, because if there is one party that the BNP comes into majority, then I think the Jamaati have to go into the opposition. But once Jamaati goes into opposition, there will be a lot of problems in Bangladesh, because all the problems which have been created lately are by the Jamaat-e-Islami and the National Citizen Party, which if they come into opposition, then they are going to create more problems for the BNP. Thomas.
Do stay with us, Colonel Sarohi, as we turn on to our next story. We have further updates coming out of Bangladesh and the Gen Z voters there, many of whom are casting ballots for the first time, are approaching next month's national election with a mix of hope, skepticism and demands for change. This comes as when millions of first-time voters, the Gen Z in the South Asian nation in 2024, led an uprising that uprooted an iron-fisted autocracy of nearly 16 years and forced the ex-Prime Minister to flee into neighbouring India after shedding a bloodbath on the streets. Let's listen in to what some of first-time voters had to say.
We saw in the previous regime or in the previous time that the people of Bangladesh were treated politically, that which political bloc they belong to. But I want to see a change in this perspective, that the people of this country will not be treated politically for their political, the political bloc or political party affiliation. But I hope that the people of this land will be treated as a citizen, and they will be given the citizen rights, the basic rights. They will be treated only as citizens, not with their political affiliation.
The political parties are specifically focusing on youth because they know a large chunk of people haven't voted for the first couple of years in elections. So all are trying to grab this particular vote bank. I personally think they are not concerned about what we think, rather they are concerned about whom we vote for. So that's what they are concerned about. And yes, I do not think the youths are much attracted or fascinated by any of the parties' activities right now, although they have all the political parties have proposed many reforms and many ideas. We all appreciate that, but we want to see groundworks.
We turn now to Europe's defining crisis, and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has praised the resilience of emergency responders and railway workers as they continue to maintain critical infrastructure despite daily Russian attacks. In his regular video address, Zelensky highlighted the tireless efforts of Ukraine's state emergency service in restoring energy facilities and extinguishing fires. He also acknowledged the continued operation of Ukraine's railways despite ongoing strikes targeting logistics and railway-related facilities. Zelensky called for intensified efforts in February to strengthen Ukraine's position in the war, including improved access to Starlink systems and reliable delivery of military equipment. Let's listen into what the Ukrainian president had to say.
Дякую за реальну ефективність рятувальникам ДСНС України, які щодня працюють на об'єктах енергетики, на гасінні пожеж. Щодня допомагають людям та громадам пройти цей складний час. Результати кожного, хто задіяний зараз в ліквідації наслідків ударів, у відновленні – це робота на всю Україну, на силу нашої держави, на здатність українців вистояти і цією зимою. Та загалом хочу теж відзначити Укрзалізницю, усіх фахівців Укрзалізниці. Надзвичайно складно. Зараз фактично щодня російські удари по нашій логістиці, по об'єктах, які працюють на залізницю, по рухомому складу. На багатьох напрямках небезпечно, але наша залізниця продовжує працювати.
Colonel Sarohi joins us once again. We're approaching the 4-year anniversary of this war. Many of people who thought that Russia would have encroached far further onto Ukrainian land right now. But of course, Ukraine still claims that infrastructure is functioning despite the sustained attacks by Russia. Does this represent a strategic failure for Moscow?
Well, Thomas, if we see that the war has been going for 4 years and Russians have been able to occupy the much territory, especially in the Donbass region, but you are absolutely right that if you see the strength of the Russian forces and the military establishment of the Russians, it is quite unsatisfactory progress which have been made by the Russians. Well, for 4 years they have been fighting, and initially when they started off, they thought that this military operation, which they call, they will be able to achieve their objective in very short time. But in the last 4 years, although they have been advancing, but they are advancing at very slow speed. And they have totally devastated Ukraine. And I think we must give credit to Ukrainian people and the organization which are functioning there still after 4 years of war, that in spite of so much of destruction and devastation caused by the Russian drones and missiles, they are still able to function. And the credit goes to their railways also. They are trying to make sure that their logistics are being covered even after being attacked by the Russians so many number of times. Thomas.
Colonel Sarohi, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us and giving us your 2 cents on these issues. Pleasure to have you on the program. We now turn to some news from the tech world, and a study has found that artificial intelligence tools are more likely to give incorrect medical advice when false information comes from sources they consider authoritative, according to a new study published in the Lancet Digital Health. Researchers tested 20 leading AI models, and they found that they were more easily misled by errors planted in realistic-looking hospital discharge notes than by health myths from social media. Overall, the AI systems accepted fabricated information about 32% of the time, but that figure rose to nearly 47% when the misinformation appeared to come from a healthcare provider. The study also found that authoritative tone in prompts made AI more likely to accept false claims. Researchers warn that stronger safeguards are needed before AI tools are widely used in medical care. Well, that's all that we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. A US judge blocks the deportation of Rumsiya Öztürk, a Turkish student at Tufts University, according to her lawyers. The decision is filed at a federal appeals court after her arrest during a crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists. Hong Kong leader John Lee praises the 20-year sentence given to pro-democracy media tycoon Jimmy Lai, calling his crimes severe. The United States, United Kingdom and the United Nations condemn the jailing as unjust and urge his release on humanitarian grounds. Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell appears virtually from a Texas prison and refuses to answer the US House Oversight Committee. Chair James Comer says she invokes the Fifth Amendment, blocking questions on Epstein and possible co-conspirations. US President Donald Trump opposes Israel's annexation of the occupied West Bank as international criticism grows. The White House says a stable West Bank is key to Israel's insecurity and regional peace. The United States and Armenia have agreed to cooperate on civil nuclear energy, deepening ties. The move follows a US-brokered South Caucasus peace deal, with Washington seeking to draw Yerevan closer. The US says it is awaiting clarity on how much of nearly $4 billion it appears the Trump administration will pay and when. UN chief warns of imminent financial collapse as the US confirms it has planned a partial payment in the coming weeks. French President Macron says Europe must prepare for further confrontations with the United States. He warns Washington could target the EU over digital rules and tariffs, saying the Trump administration is increasingly hostile to Europe. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu heads to Washington to urge President Trump to expand nuclear talks with Iran as US military pressure builds. Israel wants to curb Iran's enrichment, missiles and regional allies, while Tehran rejects those demands without sanctions relief. We are now taking some breaking news. A fire broke out at Hong Kong International Airport. The blaze started at Terminal 1 at around 3 p.m. local time. Airport authorities say 3 boarding bridges were closed as a precaution. Fire crews responded quickly and the situation was brought under control. Operations were briefly disrupted, but the fire has since been extinguished. Officials confirmed there were no injuries. The cause of the fire is now under investigation. The Kremlin says there is still no date for the next round of peace talks on Ukraine, but negotiations could resume soon. Russia confirmed that discussions remain ongoing despite the lack of a clear timetable. Last week, Russia, Ukraine and the United States held a second round of trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi. The meetings produced no major diplomatic breakthrough. However, the sides did agree to exchange prisoners of war. A total of 314 detainees were freed, marking the first such swap since last October. Talks are expected to continue as efforts to revive diplomacy move forward. As we are waiting to hear more about an upcoming peace talks with both Ukraine and Russia, we are waiting to see if there is a timeline that is going to be produced soon. When is a ceasefire going to be put into place, as well as when we know that the war will end. There is still no date for the next round of peace talks on Ukraine, but hopefully negotiations will resume soon. As we know, there was talk of a meeting in Miami this week between Ukraine and Russia to go to a third round of these peace talks. However, Russia never agreed to attend, so now we are waiting for a third date to happen. Last week, Russia, Ukraine and the United States held a second round of trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi. The meetings produced no major diplomatic breakthroughs, with no timetable produced after the meeting. However, there was an exchange of prisoners of war and a total of 314 detainees were freed, marking the first such swap since last October. Talks are expected to continue as efforts to revive diplomacy move forward. The Kremlin says there is still no date for the next round of peace talks on Ukraine, but negotiations could resume soon. Russia confirmed that discussions remain ongoing despite the lack of a clear timetable. Last week, Russia, Ukraine and the United States held a second round of trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi. The meetings produced no major breakthrough. We heard that there may have been a meeting this week in Miami, hosted by the United States, and for Ukraine and Russia to join. Ukraine did agree to attend and was very up for these round of talks. However, Russia never replied, and we are now waiting for a third date to come through. However, there has been no agreement to any sort of timetable. but there was an agreement to free prisoners of war. A total of 314 detainees were freed, marking the first such swap since last October. Talks are expected to continue as efforts to revive diplomacy move forward. The Kremlin says there is still no date for the next round of peace talks on Ukraine, but negotiations could resume soon. Russia confirmed that discussions remain ongoing, despite the lack of a clear timetable. Last week, Russia, Ukraine, and the United States held a second round of trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi. The meetings produced no major diplomatic breakthrough. However, the sides did agree to exchange prisoners of war. A total of 314 detainees were freed, marking the first such swap since last October. Talks are expected to continue as efforts to revive diplomacy move forward. As said, there were meant to be some talks this week in Miami. However, Russia did not agree to the meeting. Therefore, Ukraine We are now being joined by Dr. Satoru Nagao, who's a fellow Hudson Institute, joining us from Tokyo. Thank you so much for joining us here. What does the lack of set dates for renewed Ukraine peace talks suggest about Russia's intentions towards diplomacy at this stage of the conflict?
Currently, sorry. Thank you very much for asking. So, currently, Russia wants to buy time to continue their war, and despite they do not wish the new sanction against Russia. So that's why setting the date is one kind of buying time. Because if without setting time, there is no negotiation. There is no negotiation means that they continue to talk to open the negotiation table. So that's why this is buying time. But there is another risk in this case, because if the Western side, especially the President Trump, thinks Russia does not have the will to ceasefire this war, and that's why Russia does not agree to next negotiation. In this case, there's a high possibility that U.S. will end this negotiation and impose sanctions. So between the benefit and the risk, Russia try to manage carefully, and so they try to seek a balanced policy. But the real purpose of the Russia is because they are expanding the territory step by step, even small, and so they want to continue this war. But that is the real opinion of Russia, I believe.
And is the delay in setting a new negotiation, is this a tactical move by Moscow, or does it reflect genuine obstacles on both sides with coming to a decision?
And this is a good question, I think, because I said that this is a tactical move. Tactically, Russia want to buy time But if President Trump thinks this is a strategic move of Russia, this means that Russia does not have the will to end the war. That's why they cannot reply in the proper timing. So that's why tactical or strategic is very important in this case. And but the real opinion of the Russia is, I believe, is this is a strategic move. The extending the negotiation process, extending the time. During that time, they continue to attack Ukraine and expand territory one by one. And finally, they want to do is, of course, eliminate Ukraine as a nation and take the Ukraine back to the Russian territory, looks like Soviet Union. That kind of idea is a background idea Putin has. That's why beginning of the war in 2022, they try to occupy Kyiv, but now it is impossible just now, but in the long run, they want to do that.
Thank you so much for joining us, but don't go too far as we will be back with you very shortly. We have some breaking news for you now. Iran says recent nuclear talks with the United States have helped gauge Washington's seriousness. The Foreign Ministry said there was enough consensus to continue on the diplomatic path. US and Iranian diplomats met last week in Oman through Omani mediators. The talks came after President Donald Trump positioned a US naval flotilla in the region, raising fears of possible military escalation. Iran said the Muscat meeting was a brief but useful in testing intentions on both sides. Tehran now believes diplomacy can move forward. The Foreign Ministry also confirmed that senior advisor Ali Lajani is visiting Oman before travelling on to Qatar for regional consultations. Iran also warned the US to act independently, urging Washington to resist what it called Israeli pressure ahead of the Israeli Prime Minister's expected visit. We are now being joined by Dr. Saturo. Thank you so much for joining us here again on the channel. What do you think Tehran means by now they understand the seriousness of this?
There is a negotiation between US and Iran, but at the same time, Iran hasn't agreed US demand. So that's why there is a risk for the US. There's a risk the US will start bombing to Iran, but at the same time, this is still under negotiation. As a final stage, if Iran will concede more, in this case, there's a possibility strike will not happen. But under such kind of situation, the view from Israel is very concerned about it, because if finally the Iran concede to the United States, is it really abandoning the nuclear weapon program of Iran, or just gesturing and hiding this program and continue to develop, and in the future Iran will possess a nuclear weapon? If there's a risk Iran can continue the nuclear weapon development program, this is a serious security concern for Israel. So that's why even if this is a negotiation between US and Iran, Israel want to explain the situation Israel is facing and try to persuade the United States. Do not forget interest of Israel, and that is the reason they try to communicate. Prime Minister Netanyahu communicate with President Trump very carefully and very friendly, and about U.S.-Iran negotiation.
Thank you. Please don't go too far, as we will come back to you very shortly. Coming at you with some more breaking news. Tensions in Bangladesh are rising ahead of parliamentary elections. A Hindu businessman, 62-year-old Sushen Chanda Shekhar, was stabbed to death inside his shop in Mymensingh on Monday night. Police say the attackers pulled down the shop shutters before fleeing, leaving his body inside. Authorities have launched a probe, but the motive remains unclear. Shekhar's killing is part of a broader pattern of pre-election violence targeting minorities. Human rights groups warn security is deteriorating, citing at least 15 Hindu deaths in the past 45 days. Previous attacks include the lynching of Dipu Chandara Das in December and the brutal killing of Litan Chandara Ghosh. Minority groups also report widespread property damage and attacks on places of worship. The international community is watching closely as fears grow over communal violence and political instability. EU Defence Commissioner Andrius Kubilius says Europe should take full responsibility for its own defence. Speaking in the European Parliament, Kubilius called for the creation of a European Defence Union. He said Europe needs a strong institutional framework to deepen defence cooperation across the bloc. Kubilius stressed that the EU must reduce its reliance on the United States. He highlighted key gaps, including space-based intelligence and air-to-air refuelling. Replacing US strategic enablers with European capabilities, he said, must now be a top priority. Pressure continues to mount on UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer after the release of new Epstein files, with growing calls for his resignation. The scandal centres around Starmer's controversial decision to appoint Peter Mandelson, a former Labour politician with well-documented ties to Jeffrey Epstein, as UK ambassador to the US. The revelations have sparked public outrage, leading to resignations from key aides, including Starmer's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, and Communications Director, Tim Allen. However, Starmer remains defiant, insisting he will not step down and has vowed to fight for his premiership. Meanwhile, Anas Sarwar, leader of the Scottish Labour Party, has become the first senior Labour figure to call for his resignation, citing the significant distraction the scandal has caused. Furthermore, Starmer's approval ratings have taken a severe hit, and with local elections just around the corner, the pressure on his leadership is intensifying, leaving his political future under severe scrutiny. We are now being joined again by Dr. Saturo. Thank you so much for joining us back here again on NewsX World. What are the core political risks for Starmer and his government stemming from alleged links to the Epstein files with, obviously, Peter Mandelson? What are the big risks going on right now?
In this case, this is serious because he appointed UK ambassador to the United States, and that guy revealed much information to Epstein. So if Epstein has will, he can sell this information to others. So that's why this is serious revelation of the secret information. But what kind of information has revealed has been under investigation now. So that's why it is not clear. But step by step, by one, in these people are knowing how serious this scandal is. And this is not just a scandal of the celebs. This is a spy game between UK and Russia or US and Russia, or the Russia is not identified clearly, but any country could be the target. But mainly this scandal is happening in the Western countries, so who want to get this information is clearly the Russia or China or this country, so that's why people doubt Russia's involvement. And in case of the ladies who kidnapped, so simply said victims of this scandal, indeed there are many Russians, so that's why the Russia's involvement is people are doubting that is true. And Russia has a notorious reputation about the honey trap that is true, so that's why the people believe it. But anyway, if the UK Prime Minister appointed someone who connected to the Russia, is UK Prime Minister should take responsibility. That is natural.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satura Nagal, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Chinese officials have said that China will offer firm support for patriotic pro-reunification forces in Taiwan and strike hard against separatists. China, which views Taiwan as its own territory, despite the objections of the government in Taipei, has ramped up its military and political pressure against the island as Beijing seeks to assert its sovereignty claims. Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference Chairman Wang Heng has said that the officials must advance the great cause of national reunification. Wang Heng added that it is necessary to firmly support the patriotic pro-unification forces of the island and resolutely strike against Taiwan's independence. Separatist forces to oppose interference by external forces and safeguard peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. We are now being joined by Dr. Sanjay Kumar, who is a journalist and is joining us from South Korea. Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World. What message is China sending by vowing to crack down on Taiwan independence forces?
See, China is trying to send a very clear message that we stick to the one China principle, and we are ready to not occupy, but to execute the plans of the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese government in absorbing the Taiwanese island. I mean the Taiwanese strait. Sorry. So the message is very clear here, and they are trying to do it through creating political bifurcation. So this is the message right now.
Thank you. Don't go too far, as we will be back with you very shortly. China's foreign ministry recently confirmed that there have been no reports of Chinese citizens being stranded in Cuba, despite airlines suspending flights due to a jet fuel shortage. During a regular news briefing, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian restated China's firm support for Cuba's national sovereignty and expressed strong opposition to any foreign interference. Lin also assured that China would continue to offer help and support to Cuba in any way it can, underscoring their ongoing commitment to the island nation.
据了解，目前没有接到中国公民滞留的报告。关于第二个问题，具体情况建议向中方的主管部门询问。我愿重申，中方坚定支持古巴维护国家主权和安全，反对外来干涉，坚决反对剥夺古巴人民生存权、发展权的举动和非人道行为。 将一如既往向古方提供力所能及的支持和帮助。
South Korea has launched a new committee to begin reviewing US investment projects, aiming to accelerate the implementation of a $350 billion trade deal with Washington. This move follows US President Donald Trump's threat to increase tariffs on South Korea due to delays in enacting the deal. While the Finance Minister Koo Yoon-chul has announced that a special bill is expected to pass by the end of February, it will still take about 3 months to fully implement. In the meantime, South Korea is working to avoid any misunderstandings with Washington. Discussions have expanded to include non-tariff barriers, especially in the agricultural and digital services sector, as part of the ongoing efforts to smooth over trade relations. This development comes at a critical time as South Korea seeks to maintain strong trade ties and avert further economic tensions with the US. We are now being joined again by Dr. Sanjay Kumar. Thank you so much for joining us back here today. Does this move show cooperation with the US or is it pressure from Washington, do you think?
It has both aspects. US pressure is also there, and as well as there are internal pressures from South Korean government and the ministries. So the entire South Korean administration, be it trade ministry, industry ministry, and the presidential office, they look very committed to execute the negotiations that they have in order to minimize the risk that it may cause because of President Trump's, mood swings. Because just recently, there was a signal that, not just signal, but President Trump has instructed even that the tariffs may go again up to 25%, which would be a big blow. The South Korean people also perceived it as a big blow, including the government. And that is why South Korean President Lee Jae-myung also looks very committed. He has said even to many media and people publicly that there is a need to fasten the process in the parliament so that it may not affect the relationship with the countries. And I am sure that it was in reference to US, although he might have not mentioned US, but everybody knows that why this is happening. And because of this, the Korean people also looks very committed not to lose this chance, and there is a pressure. And if the parliamentary process goes on, they are supposed to make some decision on March 3. But since this entire conclusion through the political process and the parliamentary process may go up to 2 to 3 months, it is very alarming. This situation creates a big alarm. And South Korea, in one word, we should understand that wants to not miss any opportunity. I mean, stitch in time saves 9. This is what South Korean government is thinking right now.
Mm. And will these reviews make it easier or harder for US companies to invest in South Korea?
It will not impact the US government, US companies to invest in South Korea. But, if this process gets delayed, it may affect Korean companies who are set to invest in the US, including the projects such as, under Musk and some projects in semiconductor and AI. Because, many Korean companies are planning and that, but, it is very interesting to note here that South Korean government is trying to not miss opportunity to harm the Korean companies, and they have come up with some sort of MOU setups, MOU establishments, and this is going to solve the issue. This is what South Korean government has been thinking. So, of course, if the entire process does not get executed in right time and in within a few weeks, then of course it may impact the Korean companies as well as the US companies. But the government here looks very much aware and very much committed, and that is why it looks like they are going to sort out soon.
Thank you. Don't go too far, as we will be back with you very shortly. Coming at you with some more breaking news, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he will focus on Iran during his upcoming meetings with the US President Donald Trump. Netanyahu is traveling to Washington this week and will meet Trump on the 11th of February. He said discussions will cover Gaza and regional issues, but negotiations with Iran are the top of his priority. Before leaving, Netanyahu added that he will present Israel's views and principles for the talks with the US. Their meeting follows recent US-Iran talks in Oman last week. After those discussions, President Trump indicated another round of negotiations could take place soon. Netanyahu's visit signals Israel's active involvement as the diplomatic process with Iran continues. As we are waiting to hear more we didn't hear much about the Iran and US talks, but we do know it wasn't as well as what some would hope. We were told that they were good, Israeli, but we just don't know what's going to happen between them two now. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he will focus on Iran during his upcoming meeting with the US President Donald Trump. Netanyahu is traveling to Washington this week and will meet Trump on the 11th of February. He said discussions will cover Gaza and regional issues, but negotiations with Iran are the top of his priority. Before leaving, Netanyahu added that he will present Israel's views and principles for the talks with the US, and their meeting follows recent US-Iran talks in Oman last week. After those discussions, President Trump indicated another round of negotiations could take place soon. Netanyahu's visit signals Israel's active involvement as the diplomatic process with Iran continues. We are now being joined by, again, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, joining us from South Korea. Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World. What can we expect from Netanyahu to say to the US, and do we think this talk is going to be a good one for Iran and US?
Of course, there is always, dark and bright side. But if there is a dialogue, I think dialogue and diplomacy both are very interrelated. And if both leaders are meeting, that means diplomacy somehow is working. And there is a high need right now, glaring need, that dialogue and diplomacy should go hand in hand. And this looks happening. So I personally believe that any kind of dialogue is really fruitful in case of US, Iran, and this Israel. So, of course, it's very difficult to imagine some kind of positive results, but at least something is better than nothing. So diplomacy has to be, base. And in order to have that base, dialogue is really important.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Elon Musk has recently announced that SpaceX is shifting its focus towards building a self-growing city on the moon, a project that Musk believes could be achieved within the next 10 years. Musk's comments follow a media report which reveals that SpaceX has informed investors that the lunar mission is now the company's top priority, with a targeted UN crewed lunar landing by March 2027. SpaceX had previously aimed for an uncrewed Mars mission by the end of 2026. The US faces strong competition from China in the race to return humans to the moon, with no human visits since the Apollo 17 mission in 1972. Meanwhile, SpaceX has also made headlines by acquiring artificial intelligence company xAI, valuing SpaceX at $1 trillion and xAI at $250 billion. That's all we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the interparliamentary union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not.
Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of the hour. Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell appears virtually from a Texas prison and refuses to answer the US House Oversight Committee. Chair James Comer says she invokes the Fifth Amendment, blocking questions on Epstein and possible co-conspirators. US President Donald Trump opposes Israel's annexation of the occupied West Bank as international criticism grows. The White House says a stable West Bank is key to Israel's security and regional peace. The UN says it is awaiting clarity on how much of nearly $4 billion in arrears the Trump administration will pay and when. UN Chief Antonio Guterres warns of imminent financial collapse as the US confirms it plans a partial payment in the coming weeks. French President Emmanuel Macron says Europe must prepare for further confrontations with the United States. He warns Washington could target the EU over digital rules and tariffs, saying the Trump administration is increasingly hostile to Europe. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu heads to Washington to urge President Trump to expand nuclear talks with Iran as US military pressure builds. Israel wants to curb Iran's enrichment, missiles, and regional proxies, while Tehran rejects those demands without sanctions relief. China says it will back pro-reunification forces in Taiwan and strike hard against what it calls separatists. Beijing, which claims the island as its own, has stepped up military and political pressure despite objections from Taipei. King Charles III says he will support police if asked over claims Prince Andrew shared sensitive material with Jeffrey Epstein. Buckingham Palace says the king is concerned by newly reviewed Epstein files. The United States has issued new guidelines urging US-flagged ships to avoid Iran's waters in the Strait of Hormuz amid rising tensions. The advisory also warns against Iranian forces boarding American vessels. We start this hour in the United States, and a US appeals court in California has temporarily listed a federal judge's order blocking the Trump administration's move to end deportation protections for nearly 89,000 migrants from Honduras, Nepal, and Nicaragua. The 9th US Court of Appeals ruled that the government could likely prove legitimate reasons to end temporary protected status for these migrants. Meanwhile, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem defended this decision, arguing that TPS was always meant to be temporary. The decision marks a significant development in the ongoing legal battle, with the Ninth Circuit panel concluding that the government could appropriately consider conditions in these countries. Joining us now is Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at the Hudson Institute. He joins us live from Tokyo. Dr. Nagao, of course, this comes amid Donald Trump's immigration crackdown, where we are seeing deportations frequently in the United States now. Those three countries, Honduras, including Honduras and Nepal. What is significant about this, and what does it say about the legal system in the country when it comes to this temporary protection of these citizens?
This has already removed by government, and in the court, the legal or not is a matter in the court, but at the same time, the policy itself has already started. So that's why now this is legal, so it will continue. But anyway, the real situation will not change because policy has already started. In this case, the battle between Republican and the Democrats about illegal immigrants is indeed escalated because this year is a midterm election year. So that's why the appeal point of the Republican government is cracking down the illegal immigrant, but at the same time, the view from the Democrats, they are supporting the business in the United States, so that, and especially the work the Americans do not do, it's rely on this kind of the immigrants. So that's why the illegal immigrants should be legal. But this is a little bit controversial because the view from the legal immigrants, illegal immigrant is also becoming the legal is something unfair. So that's why this is, even if the people came from other country as immigration, opinion is divided. So some are supporting Republican side and some are supporting a Democrat side, and they are divided too. So decision has made because of the Republican government, but anyway, the court supports right as the government can decide. That is my current situation.
And Dr. Nagao, what does this say about the current friction between the upper courts, the lower courts, and just in general the judicial system in the United States when it comes to making these partisan decisions? Of course, we've seen some courts uphold the Trump administration's policies, the others strike them down. Where does this play into that?
Of course, it rely on the court's verdict, but at the same time, finally it will reach capital. So that's why the my final decision will come. But anyway, the policy itself has already started. So reality in the city and other part of the area in the United States, the policy itself has moving. So illegal immigrants they find and they will deport. So that's why the battle in the court is continued, but reality is different. So that's why just legal or not is controversial issue, but at the same time, this is not the decisive, I believe.
Dr. Nagao, stay with us as we turn over to East Asia for our next story. And Japan is reeling from almost 3 weeks of heavy snowfall that has reportedly claimed at least 46 lives and left 558 others injured. The continued snow began in late January, and it has particularly affected northern regions, burying communities and causing major traffic chaos, especially along the coast that faces the Sea of Japan. Authorities report that many of the fatal incidents occurred when snow mounds fell from rooftops or when residents slipped while trying to clear the snow. In Aomori, a major northern hub, some areas recorded more than 4 feet of snow. Meanwhile, meteorological officials have warned that the strong winter weather pattern may persist with unstable atmospheric conditions expected in the coming days. Dr. Nagao joins us once again. What more can you tell us about this extreme weather? Is it normal for Japan to be going through such hardship at this time of the year?
But this is a little bit harsh compared with recent years in the past. But at the same time, in this situation is reflecting by the aging society in Japan. Because in the city, big city, you can find many people, many population, but in the local area, we cannot find the people except people who live that place very long time. So 46 people has already dead, especially when they removing the snow from the roof of their house. But 41 of the 46 more than 60 years old. So that's why most of them are elderly people, senior people, and they try to remove the snow from their house and they are dead. So that's why the situation is reflecting the Japan's aging part, especially in the local area. Economy is shrinking, younger people is leaving that places, and indeed the total number of the younger people is very limited in Japan. And in the local area, only aging people are staying, but still they need to leave, and the big snow come, and removing the snow is needed, and they face a serious situation. So that is the pattern. So of course, the Japanese government received a request from the local government to send the Japanese self-defense force, and they have already started removing the snow, especially the houses of the aging people. But at the same time, why this kind of situation has happened? Because of this aging society.
53 people, sorry, apologies, 46 people have been killed during this hard time. Does this show these rural areas of Japan being under-prepared for something like this?
Preparation itself is not so bad, but population is changing to aging. Seniors and 60 years old means that removing snow is very tough. So sometimes they are alone in the house, and when the accident has happened and someone should help, but they cannot get the help because no one here. So that's what happened. 46 people are dead, but this is not a big disaster, something. This is a process to removing snow. So houses itself hasn't collapsed, still tough against the snow, but removing snow is needed as an effort to maintain. And so infrastructure itself is prepared, but anyway, the labor force to remove snow is not exist.
Dr. Nagao, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NewsX World. We turn once again to the United States, and the White House has set the record straight on the new US-India trade deal, following President Donald Trump's claim that India would cut tariffs on US goods to zero. According to an official fact sheet, the agreement does not instantly eliminate all Indian tariffs. Instead, India has agreed to reduce or eliminate tariffs on a wide range of US industrial, agricultural, and food products, while the US has agreed to lower its reciprocal tariff on Indian goods from 25% to 18%. The statement also confirmed that India will remove its digital services taxes and negotiate new bilateral digital trade rules to address discriminatory barriers. Both countries said that they will negotiate rules of origin so that benefits apply mainly to US and Indian products, and will work together on economic security, supply chain resilience, and investment reviews. Joining us to discuss this is Dr. Jayjit Bhattacharya, an economist and policy expert, joining us live from New Delhi. It's always great to talk to you on these issues, sir. How significant is this deal now economically? Now we have more information on it. Once you strip away the political rhetoric and the Donald Trump Truth Social posts around this zero tariff saying, is this really a structural shift?
Well, it is in a way, and in a way, it's a continuum of what was happening for the last 2.5 decades before this minor disruption happened in the last 1 year. So it is clear to any geopolitical guru that India and US are absolutely natural allies, both geopolitically and from a geoeconomics perspective. So the minor rupture that happened in the last 1 year, which led to a break in the trade, I think that's now very quickly coming back to a new normal. And the new normal essentially is that India's access to the US market will be at an enhanced tariff level. And also some of the access that US had to India will become easier, both in terms of tariff taxes as well as the non-tariff barriers that the US perceived. So work is being done on those aspects also in a comprehensive manner. Also, what is clear from the fact sheet that the US government has laid out is that there is a sensitivity on supply chain resilience and how third countries are twisting the global trade, and therefore how the US and India can work together to ring-fence both their economies from such threats of third economies.
And India is reducing tariffs across industrial, agricultural, and food products. Which domestic sectors, if any, stand to lose the most with this trade deal?
Well, let's look at the ones which stand to gain, because it's not a zero-sum game. Specifically, areas where India has a competitive advantage, which is labor-related, areas such as leather, textiles, gems and jewelry. So these are areas where India stands to gain, which means that there will be also a large number of employment that happens in India. In terms of losses, it's still, we need to look at the actual text of the document to really say where India stands to lose. But for sure, this will be a give and take agreement. So there will be areas where India will hurt. Some of those areas are downstream of GM-produced agricultural inputs. So genetically modified crops are not allowed in India, whereas the downstream of these genetically modified crops are being used in US and exported to India, with the qualifier that once a genetically modified crop is processed, then any negative impact of the genetically modified crops does not stay. The problem is not that. The problem is that a genetically modified crop is 1/3 to 1/9 the cost of production of a non-genetically modified crop. So Indian agro industry in that sense will be handicapped because of the difference of regulatory ecosystem in US and India. So we have to really go into the depths to see where all we will take a hit. For sure, India will be taking a few hits, but overall it seems to be quite positive for each of the key sectors, including agriculture.
And India has agreed to remove digital taxes. How big of a concession is that?
Well, it's very significant. You see what's happening in digital is that sales is happening in India with no taxes being paid in India. It's almost like saying that we'll sell furniture in India, but I'll not pay taxes to anyone. So any trade that's happening over digital, there is no taxes to be paid. So if Google, for example, is charging Indian companies for the advertisement it's putting up out there, and it's one of the largest digital advertisement company in the world, there is no taxes, either indirect or direct, that needs to be paid to anyone. So the government has basically taken up all those taxes for the US industry. And that's very, very significant because, as we all know, the future of industry is digital. So I'm sure there'll be a revisit to this particular clause as we move forward.
How does this deal overall sit with India's Made in India agenda? Does it complement it, or does it quietly dilute it?
Well, there will be again no yes and no answer to that. Clearly, there are areas where the US economy is structured to complement the Indian economy and the other way around. But as the Indian economy evolves 5 years, 10 years down the line, there may be overlapping areas. But at the end of the day, it's free trade in the given parameters that have been laid out in the trade agreement, as long as the trade agreement itself is not unilaterally rescinded. So from an Indian perspective, from an Atmanirbhar Bharat perspective, it's actually good to begin with because it gives access to Indian companies to technology, which it otherwise does not have got access to. Over a period of time, I'm sure those technologies will be absorbed locally. And as long as there is no weaponization of the flow of technology, India does not have an issue. The issue of Atmanirbhar is not about manufacturing everything in India, but about sovereignty of the manufacturing process. So as long as nobody holds India hostage by not providing the inputs, that is also perfectly fine with India.
And as the world's largest economy, the United States holds a lot of the cards going into these negotiations. However, 5 years from now, who do you think benefits more from this agreement?
Well, it's a win-win agreement. Frankly speaking, US needs to keep its costs low to continue to stay economically competitive and therefore economically relevant. Of course, it's a very, very large economy. It will continue to remain the largest economy for the foreseeable future. In terms of whether India stands to gain, of course, India will stand to gain just as US stands to gain. India is the largest consumer market while US is the largest economy. Both have strengths. India is the fastest growing economy, large economy in the world. So clearly that's something that's going to give an impetus to the US economy. So together, the two economies will be growing in quite a complementary manner. 5 years is a long time in today's geoeconomic situation. It'll be difficult to do crystal ball gazing, but overall, the structure of the trade deal is such that it benefits both economies.
But politically, Donald Trump, much like pretty much all his other trade deals, framed this as sweeping concessions from India. What will this stance do to affect the domestic pushback here in India, if at all?
So look, as the president of the United States has got two roles, being the executive president of the country, but he's also a politician, and therefore he has to play to the domestic galleries, and he has to choose words which he thinks is appropriate for his gallery. In terms of what came out as the fact sheet on this trade, it doesn't look like India has opened up the gates, the floodgates for US imports. It looks very, very calibrated. It looks very thought through, and some of the concessions will happen over a period of time so that the industry gets time to adjust. So it doesn't seem to be what President Trump made it out to be. The facts are much, much more nuanced, and obviously it is crafted in a manner that it's beneficial for the Indian industry. And I'm sure from the US side, they would have crafted it in a manner that it's beneficial for the US industry.
And finally, of course, we've now seen this tariff deal, just on a side note, between the United States and Bangladesh. The United States agreeing to reduce this reciprocal tariff down by 1%, with a zero tariff access for some textiles. What have you made of the negotiations over in Dhaka?
Well, it's interesting because obviously it has got a flavor of geopolitics, but from pure comparative perspective, from an industrial perspective, the 1% difference that the Bangladesh has got does not make its products more competitive than India's. And that's the sad fact because of the logistics, the supply chain, the access that India has. In fact, some of the access that Bangladesh had through the Indian logistics infrastructure has also got curtailed because of actions by the Bangladesh government. And hence, the renegotiation of the tariff on Bangladesh from 19% to 18% in context of India getting a similar trade deal will not necessarily translate into a larger export for Bangladesh when it competes with India in the similar market.
Dr. Bhattacharya, thank you so much for taking the time. As always, it's a great pleasure to get your insight on these economic matters. We now move on to some breaking news over in Europe. And French President Emmanuel Macron is calling on Europe to step up investment.
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. A US judge blocks the deportation of Rümeysa Öztürk, the Turkish student at Tufts University, according to her lawyers. The decision is filed at a federal appeals court after her arrest during a crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists. Hong Kong leader John Lee praises the 20-year sentence given to pro-democracy media tycoon Jimmy Lai yesterday, calling his crime severe. The United States, United Kingdom, and the United Nations have condemned the jailing as unjust and urged his release on humanitarian grounds. Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell appears virtually from a Texas prison and refuses to answer the U.S. House Oversight Committee. Chair James Comer says she invokes the Fifth Amendment, blocking questions on Epstein and possible co-conspirators. U.S. President Donald Trump opposes Israel's annexation of the occupied West Bank as international criticism grows. The White House says a stable West Bank is key to Israel's security and regional peace. The United States and Armenia have agreed to cooperate on civil nuclear energy, deepening ties. The move follows a U.S.-brokered South Caucasus peace deal with Washington seeking to draw Yerevan closer. The UN says it is awaiting clarity on how much of nearly $4 billion in arrests the Trump administration will pay and when. UN chief warns the imminent financial collapse as the US confirms it plans a partial payment in the coming weeks. Burkina Faso's transitional parliament has approved a bill banning all political parties, repealing party charters and financing laws, as well as consolidating power under the military junta led by Captain Ibrahim Traoré. The move drew concerns from the UN rights chief, while the government defended the ban as a reset to end political polarization. According to media reports, Ethiopia is hosting a secret training camp for thousands of fighters from Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, marking the first direct evidence of Ethiopia's involvement in Sudan's civil war. 8 sources, including a senior Ethiopian official, has said that the United Arab Emirates financed the camp. Now for this hour, we start with the Middle East. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he will focus on Iran during his upcoming meeting with United States President Donald Trump. Netanyahu is traveling to Washington this week and will meet Trump on 11th of February. He said discussions will cover Gaza and regional issues, but negotiations with Iran are the top priority. Before leaving, Netanyahu added that he will present Israel's views and principles for the talks with the U.S. Their meeting follows recent U.S.-Iran talks in Oman last week. After those discussions, President Trump has indicated another round of negotiation that could take place soon, while Netanyahu's visit signals Israel's active involvement as the diplomatic process with Iran continues. Let's listen into what the Israeli Prime Minister has shared.
בנסיעה הזאת אנחנו נדון בשורה של נושאים, עזה, האזור, אבל כמובן בראש ובראשונה במשא ומתן עם איראן. אני אציג בפני הנשיא את התפיסות שלנו לגבי העקרונות במשא ומתן, העקרונות החשובים, ובעיניי הם עקרונות חשובים לא רק לישראל, אלא לכל מי שבעולם רוצה שלום וביטחון במזרח התיכון.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Dr. Andrew Latham. He's a professor of international relations and political theory at McMaster College. He joins us live from Minneapolis. Thank you very much, Dr. Latham, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at this, what do you think would be Israel's priority in the talks, in the upcoming talks with President Trump? And also, how do you analyze the capacity of Israel, as we know that Iranian missiles did penetrate through Iron Dome last year?
Well, the Israelis have 3 priorities here, only one of which is the nuclear file, to prevent Iran from acquiring and deploying nuclear weapons. The other 2 have to do with missiles, as you just noted, and also Iran's proxies in the region, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, whereas Washington simply is focused at the moment on the nuclear file. So I think Prime Minister Netanyahu is probably going to press President Trump to expand the American agenda to include intermediate-range ballistic missiles, short-range ballistic missiles, and Iran's support for the Houthis and Hamas and Hezbollah. And it remains to be seen whether those 2 things can be reconciled. With respect to missile defenses, the 12-day war revealed, A, that American and Israeli anti-missile systems work. They work far better than the Russian ones, for example. but munitions are limited. They almost ran out of ammunition during that short war. And if there's a more extended conflict, it's possible that Iran could simply overwhelm both Israel's and the United States defenses in the region with, from an American perspective and Israeli perspective, catastrophic consequences.
And what do you think, how alert would Iran be of these talks?
Well, Iran is between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, they can't continue doing what they've been doing, and they have to make some concessions. And I think they're trying to limit the damage right now. If they can limit this to the nuclear file, and they've already signaled very, very clearly that they're willing to talk about nuclear weapons programs. They're not willing to talk about ballistic missiles, and they're not willing to talk about the regional geopolitics and their role in supporting their various proxies in the region. Now, that's an opening position in terms of bargaining. They may shift, they may be forced to make concessions elsewhere as well, but it's very clear up front that yes, they're willing to make some concessions on the nuclear file. No, they are not willing to make concessions on what they consider to be bedrock needs for their national self-defense.
And you know, if Iran does not, let's say they're not flexible about these things that you mentioned, right? Then how do you analyze their capacity in terms of protecting their sovereignty, also the current regime, and also how do you think their strategy and their plans towards U.S. changes when Strait of Hormuz comes in place?
Yes. The Iranians have no capability to deny the United States and Israel the ability to strike. That was proven during the 12-day war. It's proven earlier. Israel has been bombing downtown Tehran and taking out high-level political actors with complete impunity. But they do have the capacity to retaliate. And they did that during the 12-day war, and when Soleimani was killed by American forces earlier, able to strike at American and Israeli facilities in retaliation. And that includes, by the way, perhaps closing down the Straits of Hormuz, which would have really catastrophic consequences for America's friends, our allies and partners in the region, the Gulf Cooperation Council states, and would draw the United States really even more deeply into the region. So Iran has no capacity to defend itself, to deny the ability of the Israelis and the Americans, but it has really quite an evolved capacity to retaliate. And that's got to be part of both Jerusalem and Washington's calculus in all of this. Is it worth it, given the degree to which they can retaliate? And can these two forces actually blunt the retaliatory capability? They weren't able to fully last go round. Maybe they've improved their defenses, and so Iran has no ability to close down the Straits of Hormuz or to strike American bases or to hit Tel Aviv.
And also today, we saw Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan raise an alarm about the fact that even if the attacks from U.S. come towards Iran, it might not end up in regime change. Why do you think Turkey has said this, and what do you think the timing suggests about this? Yes.
Turkey has two objectives, one of which is, like a lot of states in the region, it has no interest in a regional war that will spill over via the Kurds into Turkey, etc. Peace and stability are in everybody's interest. The other Turkish objective here, or interest, is to present itself as an important regional actor, that it is going to be able to shape the dialogue between Washington and Tehran, that it is an important player, sometimes referred to as neo-Ottomanism, referring back to the old Ottoman Empire and the way it dominated the region. So that's, I think, accounts for Turkey's involvement in the process, both representing itself as a big player, but also really earnestly trying to maintain the peace. And regime change in Iran, at least in the short to medium term, would not be stabilizing. It would be very destabilizing.
With that, I'd like to thank Dr. Latham for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you. Now, moving on to Russia and Ukraine, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has said that Russia sees no desire from France to resume high-level dialogue. French President Emmanuel Macron sent his top advisor to Moscow last week. Macron has said Europe must re-engage with Russian President Vladimir Putin if US-led peace efforts fail. The French leader has described the visit as a way to rebuild technical channels of discussion. He stressed that dialogue with Putin should involve a structured European approach, without too many interlocutors and without pressuring Ukraine. No date has been set for the next round of Ukraine peace talks, but Moscow says negotiations are likely soon. Macron continues to push for Europe to take a leading role in talks, with Russia emphasizing pragmatism over dependence on third parties. Now we welcome back Dr. Andrew Latham. He's a professor of international relations and political theory. Joins us live from Minneapolis. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining once again. Now looking at this, do you think, is it a little too late for Europe to try to negotiate or try to channel this direct talks with Russia?
Yes, I think it's not so much a matter of timing and being too late. It's a matter of not having the capacity. Europe does not speak as one, despite what Ursula von der Leyen claims and what Emmanuel Macron, President of France, would like. The European Union is made up of diverse members with diverse interests, and they do not agree with respect to how to deal with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is why, and another factor, though, is that, as President Macron has said, Europe must come together, act as a single pole in this multipolar world, act as a single great power. And that's an aspiration which the President of France has had and Ursula von der Leyen at the European Union has had, but it has not come to fruition. Europe is not a great power. Europe is not a pole in this multipolar world. It's not the equivalent of China or Russia or the United States. And so at this moment, on Macron's side, this is about signaling both to European audiences, but also to global audiences, we need to come together. We Europeans need to come together and act as a great power. And what remains to be seen if anybody's listening, either within the European Union or beyond the European Union.
Right. And do you think that Western world or the traditional allies, and especially the coalition of the willing towards Ukraine, are they still as united as they were last winter or last year? How do you analyze their current alignment towards Ukraine now?
Well, the coalition of the willing, I think, is still committed, but that does not represent the entirety of the European Union. That's a relatively small subset of the member states. And that reflects what I'm saying, is that Europe is not acting as a single great power. It's acting as a fragmented and fractured coalition of states, some of which are taking a hard line with respect to Russia and Ukraine, and some of which are not. And then you factor in domestic politics in these various countries. There are a powerful political movement in Hungary, but also in Germany, that's not in favor of getting tough with Putin and getting tough on Russia. You put all of that together, and Europe is not the decisive actor. The decisive actors remain Russia and Ukraine, obviously, but also the United States. And that's something which President Macron has always had a hard time dealing with.
Thank you for highlighting that, Dr. Latham. Please stay with us as we stay on this news. Now, French President Emmanuel Macron says Europe must now rely on itself. In an interview, he warned that inaction could see Europe swept away within 5 years. Macron cited U.S. trade tariffs and Washington's recent moves regarding Greenland as examples of unpredictable American actions. He has also said that the Greenland situation highlights a clear threat to Europe. The U.S. recently began negotiations over the island, which is Denmark's autonomous territory. President Donald Trump has previously suggested buying Greenland and expressed confidence it could be annexed. Macron has emphasized that Europe cannot depend on others and must act decisively to secure its future. Now, welcome back, Dr. Latham, for this discussion. Thank you very much, Dr. Latham, for staying with us. Now, how do you see the current, what cards do you think Europe has left to play
Well, it doesn't have many cards, and it's been France in particular has been playing this particular card since the 1960s. The transatlantic relationship is civilizational, it's cultural, but it's also geopolitical, and it was born in its current form during the Cold War in that standoff with the Soviet Union, and it was consolidated after the Cold War when NATO expanded. But there's always been tensions between the French and the Americans. The French left the Unified Military Command in the 1960s. They stayed part of NATO, but not part of the integrated command structure. The French have always thought that Europe should play a bigger role and be less dependent on the United States, and that's only intensified in the post-Cold War era that we live into today. And so President Macron, as a spokesman for this kind of perspective, is leaping on the opportunity. Greenland, he says, underscores the differences of interests of the Americans and the Europeans. Ukraine underscores the difference of opinion of the United States and the European Union. Therefore, he argues, and many others would agree, Europe needs more strategic autonomy. It needs to be less dependent on the United States. European Union needs to be raised in importance. NATO needs to be deflated in terms of its importance. That's not playing well in places like the UK or even in Denmark for that matter. But there are Europeans who think that's right, that the moment has come to attenuate, if not sever, the transatlantic connection and for Europe to go its own strategically autonomous way. And again, it remains to be seen if that message will be picked up and acted upon in various European capitals. So far, not so much.
With that, I'd like to thank Dr. Latham for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Asia. China says it has lodged what it calls solemn representations with countries criticizing the sentences of Hong Kong media tycoon Jimmy Lai. The Foreign Ministry has accused those governments of using the case to maliciously smear Hong Kong. Speaking at a regular media briefing, a ministry spokesperson has rejected the criticism outright. The spokesperson also addressed comments by Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi. She has said that she was open to dialogue with China. Beijing has responded by saying such remarks must be matched by a sincere desire for dialogue. It added that this must be shown through concrete actions. Let's listen into what the China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian has said.
个别国家和机构借香港特区的司法案件，恶意抹黑香港，诋毁香港法治，干涉中国内政。中方对此坚决反对，已向有关国家和机构提出严正交涉。嘴里喊着对话，手上却忙着对抗，这样的对话，没人会接受。 日方如果真心想发展中日战略互惠关系，很简单，也很明确，就是撤回高市错误涉台言论，恪守中日4个政治文件和日方做出的政治承诺，以实际行动展现对话的诚意。
Now we welcome Mr. Gautam Mukherjee. He's a senior journalist, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, how do you think this has raised more alarms? The Jamie Lai's case has raised more alarms around, Hong Kong and China, and also, how do you think this one country, two systems? The confidence towards it is deteriorating.
This one country, two systems is now virtually over when it comes to Hong Kong. It's been integrated into the Chinese mainland and is administered in a manner similar to the Chinese mainland, with certain exemptions based on trade considerations. As far as other people go, they're not convinced at all. They've seen a similar amalgamation of Macau. So cracking down on a Hong Kong magnate is not surprising as long as he doesn't agree or is seen to be opposing the central government out of Beijing. This is par for the course.
And you know, as US, UK, and United Nations have all condemned this, but does it really make any difference for China and Hong Kong about this Jimmy Lai's case?
I'm afraid not. China looks to its own internal requirements first and foremost. And the UN is really much reduced in influence, and people don't take it very seriously right now. As far as the UK goes, the UK is, was a past lessee of Hong Kong, but today it neither has the stature nor the clout with China to make any difference whatsoever.
And last but not least, yesterday we saw Taiwan being cautious about this, right? Why do you think that Taiwan is seeing this as a warning for them?
Well, Taiwan is always under threat under the One China policy. While the threat is kept alive very strongly by China, they have not as yet moved on Taiwan to try and force it to become part of the People's Republic. So, things are at a status quo, and yet they are not, in the sense that China often encircles Taiwan, threatens it, flies over it, blocks its maritime passages. And then when you have an incident like this in Hong Kong, it sends shivers down the political spine of Taiwan, because should this be attempted in Taiwan, what would happen to their fragile independence, if you like? It's not absolute independence, they don't want it, or they haven't asked for it, but their fragile autonomy, which has worked very well so far.
Yes, indeed. With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Mukherjee for joining us and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Thank you very much. We have a breaking news coming in from Russia. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has accused some political factions of using the Jeffrey Epstein's case to target their rivals. In an interview, Lavrov has stated that these political groups are attempting to create discomfort in countries they oppose. He has pointed out that in the US, both the Republican and Democratic parties are being affected, while in Europe, some diplomatic figures have already resigned. Lavrov specifically mentioned about Peter Mandelson and said that he was publicly humiliated and resigned with pride after the Epstein scandal surfaced. We have another breaking news coming in. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has stated that the United States is ready to help resolve the Ukrainian conflict by addressing its root causes. Lavrov has emphasized that the U.S. is willing to contribute to a settlement, ensuring Ukraine does not join NATO, and that the territorial issue is resolved based on current realities and the will of the people in those areas. He has also referenced a statement by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio highlighting the importance of mutually beneficial projects between Moscow and Washington. Lavrov has expressed concerns over the potential for escalation if tensions rise further. Now we move on to Ethiopia. The UN's Human Rights Chief Volker Turk has urgently called for de-escalation in Ethiopia's Tigray region, warning that the risk of further conflict is growing. Renewed fighting erupted between the Tigray Defense Forces and federal troops after tensions rose over disputed areas like Tiselementi and Alamata. The TDF's recent movements have raised fears of a full-scale return to the devastating civil war that ended in 2022. In response, the Ethiopian government has launched airstrikes and cancelled flights to the region The situation remains volatile, and international bodies are concerned that this flare-up could ignite a broader regional conflict once again. The UN has called for immediate action to prevent the fragile peace from completely unraveling. Furthermore, diplomatic efforts are being intensified to prevent the collapse of the Pretoria Agreement and avoid a return to full-scale war in northern Ethiopia. Let's listen in.
The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, calls on all parties to take urgent steps towards de-escalation amid the precarious situation in the Tigray region. Recent fighting between the Ethiopian army and regional forces has highlighted the risk of a deepening human rights crisis in the north of the country. The situation remains highly volatile, and we fear that it will deteriorate, worsening the region's already precarious human rights and humanitarian situation.
Now we move on to Philippines. Philippines President Ferdinando Marcos Jr. has avoided impeachment after a decisive vote in the House of Representatives. In a largely expected outcome, his allies voted overwhelmingly to dismiss the complaints against him, the complaints accusing Marcos of betraying the public trust, graft corruption, and violating the Constitution were dismissed after the House Justice Committee found them lacking in substance. The vote saw 284 members voting to dismiss, while only 8 voted for impeachment and 4 abstained. A constitutional rule now blocks further impeachment complaints against Marcos until next year. Impeachment efforts are now shifting towards Vice President Sara Duterte, who is facing another round of complaints after surviving a similar challenge last year. Marcos is the second president in Philippines history to face impeachment following Joseph Estrada, whose trial was aborted in 2001. Now, last but not least, we move on to tech news. SoftBank is expected to report a profit from its investment in OpenAI when it shares its quarterly results. However, there are concerns about how SoftBank will fund its growing AI investment, especially since OpenAI is still facing loss. SoftBank has invested over $30 billion in OpenAI in 2025 and is considering more investments. This has led to concerns about the company's financial risk, as SoftBank is now closely tied to OpenAI's future. To fund this, SoftBank has sold some of its assets and taken on more debt. Now we have a breaking news coming in from Iran. Iran has accused Israel of using the global scandal surrounding Jeffrey Epstein as a geopolitical tool to advance its own interests. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghei has described the case as more than just a criminal matter, suggesting it may be part of a broader project aimed at promoting the political goals of certain parties, particularly in Israel. Baghei has emphasized that the impact of Epstein's crimes has been felt worldwide, calling them crimes against humanity. Epstein was arrested in 2019. He was accused of trafficking underage girls, but died in prison before facing trial. Iran has accused Israel of using the global scandal surrounding Jeffrey Epstein as a geopolitical tool to advance its own interests. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghei has described the case as more than just a criminal matter, suggesting it may be part of a broader project aimed at promoting the political goals of certain parties, particularly Israel. Baghei has emphasized that the impact of Epstein's crimes has been felt worldwide, calling them crimes against humanity. While Epstein was arrested in 2019, he was accused of trafficking underage girls, but he died in prison before facing trial. Now we move on to another breaking coming in from France. French President Emmanuel Macron will be visiting India from February 17 to 19th. The Indian Foreign Ministry has confirmed the visit in a statement on Tuesday. Macron's trip is expected to strengthen ties between the two countries. Further details about the agenda are awaited. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news and updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Asuma Kataka. Today we examine a significant legal and political development in Hong Kong. Pro-democracy media entrepreneur Mr. Jimmy Lai has been sentenced to 20 years in prison under Hong Kong's national security law. We break down the case, the charges, the history, and the international response. Jimmy Lai is a prominent figure in Hong Kong's recent history. Born in mainland China, he built a business empire in Hong Kong and founded Apple Daily, a tabloid-style newspaper known for its strong criticism of the Chinese government and its support for democratic reforms. Over the years, Lai became one of the most high-profile supporters of Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement, a position that brought him both international attention and scrutiny from authorities from both China and Hong Kong. Now, a Hong Kong court has jailed pro-democracy tycoon Jimmy Lai for 20 years on Monday after he was found guilty of national security offenses last December. This is the harshest sentence under the controversial national security law of China, which China claims as necessary for the city's stability. Along Lai, 6 other former executives of the paper were also jailed on Monday. Their sentences range from 6 years to 10 years. Let's now understand the charges against Jimmy Lai. Jimmy Lai was convicted under Hong Kong's national security law, which was implemented in 2020 following widespread anti-government protests. The court found him guilty of a collusion with foreign forces, conspiracy to endanger national security. Prosecutors argued that Lai used his media platform and international contacts to advocate sanctions and to seek foreign support against China and the Hong Kong government. The court ruled that these actions met the threshold for national security offenses. The sentence, 20 years in prison, is one of the longest handed down under the law to date. The case is rooted in a long-standing tense relationship between Jimmy Lai and Beijing. Since the 1990s, Lai has been an open critic of the Chinese Communist Party, particularly after the 1989 Tiananmen Square events. Following Hong Kong's return to Chinese sovereignty in 1997, Apple Daily continued to publish content supportive of civil liberties and political reform. Chinese authorities have consistently maintained that such activities cross the line from journalism into political interference. The introduction of the national security law significantly changed Hong Kong's legal landscape, expanding the definition of security-related offences. In 2021, Apple Daily ceased operations after its assets were frozen and several senior staff members were arrested. Authorities said the action was necessary to enforce the law. Media groups and international observers had described the closure as a turning point for press operations in the city. Beijing has defended the verdict. China's foreign ministry said the sentence was reasonable, legitimate, and lawful, adding that Hong Kong is governed by the rule of law and that national security cases are handled according to legal procedures. Let's listen in.
香港是法治社会，特区司法机关依法履职尽责，维护法律权威，捍卫国家安全，合情、合理、合法，不容置喙。
Hong Kong Chief Executive John Lee said the ruling demonstrates the effectiveness of the national security law in safeguarding stability and public order. Let's listen to what Chief Superintendent of the Police National Security Department, Steve Lee Kwai Hwa, has said.
法庭講得好清楚嘅，呢個係一個好罪行重大啊！即係如果咧，我哋睇翻嗰個我哋嗰個嘅國安法入邊咧，我哋分個檔次咧，呢個係一個最高嘅檔次。而佢個浪刑起點咧喺15年，之餘咧，法官咧亦都加咗一啲嘅加刑因素落去，例如咧喺嗰個嘅呢個嘅煽動罪入邊咧，我哋咧係加重咗2個月。 而喺呢個嘅勾結外國勢力罪咧，亦都係加咗3年。而個理由係咩咧？因為佢係一個罪魁禍首，因為佢係一個。
Taiwan has criticized the sentence. The island's Mainland Affairs Council said the case could have a chilling effect on media, civil society, and international engagement. Taiwanese officials said they view the ruling as part of a broader trend in which national security is used to regulate political and media activity. The UK called for the Chinese government to release Lai, saying it will rapidly engage further with Beijing. It is also important for viewers to know that Lai has been a British national since 1996. The European Union said it deplores the sentence and called for Jimmy Lai's release. The EU stated that the case raises concerns about press freedom and judicial independence under the one country, two systems framework. Supporters of the national security law say it has restored stability and order in Hong Kong. Critics say it has reduced political space and media freedom. Jimmy Lai's case now stands as one of the most prominent tests of the law and a reference point for how national security legislation is applied in the city. As global reactions continue, the sentence is likely to remain a focus of international discussion as the intersection of law, security, and political expression. Joining us for this discussion is Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's joining us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for joining us. Thank you. How do you respond to Jimmy Lai's sentencing, specifically its concern about the chilling effect on media and civil society? Do you think it reflects a broader regional concerns about Beijing's growing influence in Hong Kong?
Of course, Jimmy Lai's sentence is a symbolic incident that China is cracking down the democratic movement and which ignores the agreement with the UK when the UK returns Hong Kong to China. So the two systems in the one China is China's promise, but if China crack down Jimmy Lai, who say the proper opinion under the democratic regime, this is not respecting the two systems. This is China's system. This is one system in one country. So that's why this sentence is quite challenging against international society. Diplomatic agreement is just a paper, and China can change anytime, something like that. So that's why this is a very important step, But at the same time, Hong Kong is under China's control. It is obvious, and so that's why this is symbolic now. And there is no power to change this situation just now. So that is quite unfortunate situation.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for highlighting that. And Doctor, how does Taiwan's criticism of the national security laws, especially in light of its own democratic system, underscores its position on Beijing's action in Hong Kong and its broader geopolitical stance?
This is important for Taiwan because China can apply the same system to Taiwan, but the view from Taiwan, this is China's promise that they are watching. So that's why China's promise is respecting Taiwan as a democratic country. It looks like, but that is just a lie. So that's why view from Taiwan, this is very important. Taiwan want to leave from China because China is a country like that.
And how might the UK's continued push for lies release and its calls for stronger response from Beijing impact future UK-China relations, particularly in light of Starmer's recent visit and the ongoing debate surrounding China's global influence?
View from the logic, the UK should show the strong stance toward China. But the reality is still the UK focusing on the benefit of the trade with China or others. So that's why this is some kind of the double standard. So on the view from the justice or not, it is clear that UK should do something against China. And in case of the rescuing the people in Hong Kong, UK did some certain rescuing process, or easy to get the visa or something like that. But at the same time, the violation against the diplomatic agreement with the UK, in this case, UK hasn't done anything in this case because UK believes they do not have enough power to do that. And at the same time, they worry about the benefit when UK and China trade is beneficial, they believe. So that's why this is one kind of the double standard and real politics that is unfortunate indeed.
With that, it's a wrap. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for joining us on this episode of Deep Dive.
Thank you.
And that wraps up this edition of Deep Dive. Stay tuned to NewsX World for more news and updates.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Trump threatens to block US-Canada bridge opening. Canada makes a bold move with China trade deal. Tensions rise as US-Canada tariff disputes escalate. What's at the stake with the Gordie Howe Bridge? Let's dive into the trade and political impact. Hello, and I'm Asuma Katauka. You're watching another episode of Explained with me. US President Donald Trump has threatened to block the opening of the Gordie Howe International Bridge, which connects Canada's Ontario to USA's Michigan. The bridge, still under construction, is expected to open soon this year in 2026. However, President Trump has stated that the US would not allow the bridge to open until it is as he claims fully compensated for what it has given to Canada. Although it is unclear how President Trump could block the bridge, he has emphasized that negotiations would begin immediately. Now, the bridge is reportedly funded by Canada, but it will be publicly owned by both Canada and US. Trump has demanded that the US must own at least half of the bridge, claiming that Canada controls both sides, which is actually not the case. Reports say that the project is managed by the Windsor-Detroit Bridge Authority, which is fully owned by the Canadian government. According to Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, the estimated cost of the bridge is $6.4 billion in Canadian dollars, or approximately $3.4 billion in US dollars. This is not the first time a bridge issue has been this controversial. The Morin family, which owns the nearby Ambassador Bridge, previously appealed to President Trump during his first term, arguing that the new bridge would infringe on their tolling rights. In the past, Trump and then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, however, agreed that the new bridge would serve as a vital economic link between the two countries. Additionally, Trump has also criticized Canada's dairy tariffs, calling them unfair, and has taken issue with a trade deal between Canada and China, warning that it could harm Canada economically. Tensions between the US and Canada have been escalating lately. On January 24th last month, President Trump issued a stark warning, threatening to impose 100% tariff on all Canadian goods if Canada finalizes a trade deal with China. While President Trump made this announcement on his Truth Social, stating that any agreement with China would result in immediate tariffs on Canadian products entering the US. However, it remains unclear which specific deal Trump is referring to. Recently, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney has announced a strategic partnership with China, including tariff reductions. Initially, President Trump referred to the move as a good thing, but relations have then soared after Carney's remarks in Davos about the changing global order. Carney has also called for smaller nations to unite against the economic pressures of larger powers, although he did not directly address President Trump. As expected, President Trump has responded strongly, declaring that Canada, quote, and I quote, lives because of the United States, and also warning Carney against using Canada as an alleged drop-off port for Chinese goods. While President Trump has also revoked an invitation for Canada to join his new Board of Peace. In contrast, Canada's U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc has clarified that Canada is not seeking a free trade deal with China. He has stressed that Canada is primarily focused on strengthening its economy and diversifying trade globally, especially after the uncertainty caused by Trump's tariffs last year. Coming to the Canada-China deal now. Under it, Canada will reportedly see a significant reduction in tariffs on its canola oil, dropping from 85% to 15% by March 1st of this year. Additionally, Canada has agreed to tax Chinese electric vehicles at a 6.1% rate, down from the previous 100%. This agreement is seen as a breakthrough after years of strained relations, which experts say could bring more Chinese investments into Canada. This new approach marks a dramatic shift for Canada, which had previously seen China as a significant security threat, with Carney himself calling China the biggest security threat facing the country less than a year ago. This agreement also signals Canada's intention to move away from its long-standing trade reliance on the U.S. Experts have noted that Carney's actions show Canada is asserting its independence, especially with growing uncertainty about the future of North American trade under the Trump administration. Interestingly, Carney has notably said that, quote, "The world has changed in recent years, and that the progress made with China is positioning Canada well for what he described as a new world order." From the U.S.'s perspective, reactions have been mixed. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer has called the Canada-China deal problematic and warned that Canada may come to regret it. It is also important to note that Trump's broader trade policy has caused uncertainty for Canada in recent times, as he has threatened to rip up the USMCA, the time-honored trade agreement between the US, Canada, and Mexico. Meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping has hailed the turnaround in the China-Canada relationship, saying that it was a step towards greater stability and prosperity for both nations. He has also echoed Canadian PM's sentiments, referring to the deal as a win-win for both countries. Following the shift dynamics in trade relationships, particularly between the US, Canada, and China, the Gordie Howe International Bridge project has gained major attention. Let's talk about it a little. This ambitious infrastructure project, located between Windsor, Ontario, and Detroit, Michigan, is poised to become a vital link for both nations. It promises to provide crossing redundancy and enhance traffic capacity, further improving border processing, easing the movement of people, goods through this crucial gateway. Construction of the bridge is already underway, with significant efforts being made to minimize impacts on local communities, reduce congestion, and ensure public safety. When completed, the Gordie Howe International Bridge will offer a direct connection between Michigan's I-75 and Ontario's 401, with 6 traffic lines designed to accommodate oversized vehicles and hazardous materials. Additionally, a full-width emergency lane will be provided in each direction. The structure will also feature modern inspection facilities, including primary and secondary inspection lanes, cold storage, animal pens, and advanced imaging systems. Moreover, the bridge will also introduce a sophisticated toll collection system featuring 16 toll lanes with manual, automatic, and electronic payment options. This will allow for more efficient traffic management with prepaid accounts and customer service options available. Aside from its logistical functions, the Windsor-Detroit Bridge Authority is also exploring merchandise partnerships, offering opportunities to vendors to create and sell Gordie Howe International Bridge branded merchandises. Profits will reportedly then be redirected to community-based grants benefiting the local regions. In conclusion, the Gordie Howe International Bridge project represents more than just a physical structure. It is a testament to the growing collaboration and evolving relations between Canada and the US. That's all for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have.
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. A U.S. judge blocks the deportation of Rümeysa Öztürk, a Turkish student at Tufts University. According to her lawyers, the decision is filed at a federal appeals court after her arrest during a crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists last year. Hong Kong's leader John Lee praises the 20-year sentence given to pro-democracy media tycoon Jimmy Lai, calling his crimes severe. The United States, United Kingdom, and the United Nations had condemned the jailing as unjust and urged his release on humanitarian grounds. Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell appears virtually from a Texas prison and refuses to answer the U.S. House Oversight Committee. Chair James Comer says she invokes the Fifth Amendment, blocking questions on Epstein and possible co-conspirators. U.S. President Donald Trump opposes Israel's annexation of the occupied West Bank as international criticism grows. The White House says a stable West Bank is key to Israel's security and regional peace. The United States and Armenia have agreed to cooperate on civil nuclear energy, deepening ties. The move follows a U.S.-brokered South Caucasus peace deal, with Washington seeking to draw Yerevan closer. The UN says it is awaiting clarity on how much of nearby $4 billion in areas the Trump administration will pay and when. UN chief warns of imminent financial collapse as the U.S. confirms it plans a partial payment in the coming weeks. Burkina Faso's transitional parliament has approved a bill banning all political parties, repealing party charters and financing laws, and consolidating power under the military junta led by Captain Ibrahim Traoré. The move drew concerns from the UN rights chief, while the government defended the ban as a reset to end political polarization. According to media reports, Ethiopia is hosting a secret training camp for thousands of fighters from Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, marking the first direct evidence of Ethiopia's involvement in Sudan's civil war. 8 sources, including a senior Ethiopian official, has said that the United Arab Emirates financed the camp. Now for this hour, we start with Middle East. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet with U.S. President Donald Trump tomorrow at 11 a.m. local time at the White House. The meeting will focus on key regional issues, with Iran negotiations as the top priority, while Netanyahu is expected to present Israel's views ahead of ongoing talks with the U.S., particularly following the recent discussions in Oman. This signals Israel's active role in the diplomatic process with Iran. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Gedalia Blum. He's a Middle East Affairs Analyst, joins us live from Eli. Thank you very much, Mr. Blum, for joining us. Good to see you. Now thank you. Now looking at this, what do you think will be the priority, and what do you think will be discussed about Iran with United States and between the United States and Israel?
Well, I think before I get into the details, I just want to say that Israel is a sovereign country. And with that being said, America is a superpower and has tremendous amount of influence over the world, over the region, and especially over Israel. But when push comes to shove, I think that, and we've seen this in previous administrations, that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not afraid to say no. And I think that this trip is more or less making sure that the plans don't get away without the red lines drawn for Israel. So I just want to point that out first. But when it comes to Iran, of course, we have our red lines, and there have been official statements that have come out that had very much illustrated that Israel was willing and able to take the lead, whether it be with allies or on our own, against the Iranian regime, the nuclear program, and especially the ballistic missiles program. And I think also Benjamin Netanyahu is going there also making sure that the future of Gaza also doesn't get away from us as well. I mean, we're seeing that Israel hasn't yet officially joined this peace conference, this peace council. And the only reason why we would actually join is to make sure we have a seat at the table, so we hear what they're actually talking about, not because we're actually giving it any kind of credibility, because everybody on the ground has zero optimism that any kind of international community is going to be able to settle the long-standing conflict with Hamas in Gaza.
Thank you for highlighting that. And Mr. Blum, how do you analyze Israel's capacity right now? Because we saw last year the missile from Iran did penetrate the Iron Dome, and it's still fresh in Israeli people's memory, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting because there's a lot of propaganda that has been shared by the Iranian Islamic regime. But for us in Israel, I mean, I'll tell you, even from a personal perspective, one of the pieces of the ballistic missiles that were shot down landed on my roof, and my son, my 16-year-old child, actually has it sitting on his shelf as a momentum. Of course, there was injuries and there was death, but when it comes to a full outright war that we were all concerned about with Iran and its proxies, I think that we really got away with a lot. We weren't hit hard, and of course, every single death was a tragedy. But overall, what could have transpired during those 12 days of war could have been significantly worse. Our capabilities to ensure that the ballistic missiles wouldn't enter into Israel en masse was very successful, especially with the help of the United States, of the Jordanians and our regional partners, whether or not they're public allies with us or not. They had no interest in seeing the Middle East blow up, because I'll tell you, I don't know this personally, but of course there's rumors. There's rumors that Israel is a nuclear power, and when you're fighting a conventional war, and you have those capabilities, because you face an existential threat. The fact of the matter is, all of the missile defense, all the ballistic missile defense, whether it be from our allies like America, yes, or our cold allies like Jordan and and other countries, they don't want to see Israel hit so hard that we're experiencing what we would say is an existential threat. And so, because escalation would happen extremely fast and hard. So, yeah.
Mr. Blum, thank you very much for sharing that personal experience. Also, ever since then, how has Israeli defense or stance evolved?
I mean, I think we got a lot smarter, and I think that the technology, in order to coordinate a lot of the missile defense systems, because I don't know if a lot of people understand this, but the missile defense system, it's not just one system, it's a multiple systems, depending on what's being fired at us. Is it being, long-range intercontinental ballistic missile, or is it a Qassam from Gaza? These are completely different systems, and they work independently, which and so they're actually drawing it all together. But I think that since June, we've been just like the Iranians have been sprinting to replenish their ballistic missiles with the help of China and Russia. I might add, Israel's also replenishing its defense capabilities and offensive capabilities with the help with America. And so we'll see what happens. But I'll tell you, there's optimism on the ground. In fact, the people on the ground are actually waiting for it to happen already. We don't want to keep waiting and wondering what day the attack is going to happen. We are very close with the Iranian people, and we want them to be free, and we want to have direct flights from Tel Aviv to Tehran next week. But that's not going to happen if this stalemate continues. So we from both sides, the people of Israel and the people of Iran, are actually waiting for this confrontation to happen and to see the final end of the regime.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blum, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back. We have a breaking news coming in from U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer has stated that negotiations with Indonesia are expected to be finalized in the next couple of weeks, highlighting the country as a key trade partner. Greer has also mentioned that trade discussions with China will intensify ahead of the upcoming meeting between President Trump and President Xi Jinping in April. On the USMCA, Greer has acknowledged that talks with Canada have been more challenging, but emphasized that negotiations are ongoing. Additionally, he has confirmed that bilateral talks with Mexico are also currently underway as part of efforts to continue strengthening trade relations within North America. Now we move on to Iran and Oman. Iran's top security official, Ali Larijani, is in Oman for talks following recent U.S.-Iran discussions in Muscat. Oman's Minister of the Royal Office, Sultan bin Mohammed Al Numani, meets with the head of the Supreme National Security Council in Iran, Ali Larijani, in Muscat. Larijani, who heads Iran's Supreme National Security Council, is set to meet with Omani Foreign Minister Badr al-Busaidi as well. The discussions will focus on regional developments and economic cooperation between Iran and Oman. Larijani is also expected to visit Qatar after his stay in Oman. Now we welcome back Mr. Blum. He's joining us live from Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Blum, for staying with us. Now, what's the relationship between Oman and Iran?
I mean, I'll tell you, it sounds pretty crazy. That Oman is really they're betting on the Islamic regime of surviving. It doesn't make sense to, it makes sense to host the negotiations. You want to be a host. But when you start to take that to the next level and start working diplomacy, start investing in economic development and cooperation between Oman and the Islamic regime, you're essentially saying, listen, I'm on your side. I want you to survive, and I'm going to invest in your survival. What's going to happen the day after with the country of Iran under new leadership? They are not going to have relationships with Oman. Israel certainly not. The United States probably isn't gonna have to. So it's really, I think, maybe Oman. I mean, nobody's ever talked about Oman in the last, I don't know how many decades. So now that they're hosting in these negotiations and all eyes are on there, maybe they're, I don't know, maybe they're thinking that they're not too big for their shoes. And so I really don't know what the inside word is, but I don't think that's a very smart move. I think if anything, you become a neutral player and you host the negotiations and you make sure that people have a place to sleep and that they have security and transportation and that the air conditioning works. And I think that's it. I think once you go beyond that, I think that you are playing with fire, because the day after, everybody's looking at the day after without the leadership of the Islamic regime leading the people of Iran.
So do you think, as you know, we know that it's not just Oman, there are some other countries too still having relationship with Iran, right? It's not just Oman, it's Russia, it's China, maybe it's other countries as well. So do you think they're betting on no regime change? Do you think there's a difference of ground reports or understanding between these countries and the West and also Israel?
I mean, listen, I don't really think they have any love to the Islamic regime. I think what they're looking at the Islamic regime as strategic partners, and I see the Middle East still as a battleground for the Cold War. And so you see, China and Russia is aligned with Iran. Now you're seeing Turkey looking to move in and align with themselves with Iran as well. And you're seeing a number of the Gulf states. And then you see Israel in the West, and then you see some other Gulf states aligning with the West. And I think that you're seeing this East meets West kind of battle. And I think those like Russia and China are looking at Tehran and the leadership there, not as an ally per se, although they do have cooperation, they do have interest in them being in power, but the vacuum that would be created if they were going to leave, and the people then rise up and call for free and fair elections and have a liberal democracy, that not only puts China and Russia on warning, but the whole Middle East, all Saudi Arabia, who hasn't had an election ever, Jordan. I mean, you're talking about this movement of the Cold War, which is essentially the free movement of people, the liberal Western values and democracy, fighting against tyranny, communism, Islamism. And so I think that's what we're seeing here, is that they're seeing kind of like that maybe Tehran could be part of like the House of Cards. If Tehran falls, who else could be next? And could there be another Arab Spring in order to challenge the levers of power that are in the region and beyond?
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Blum for joining us from Ellie and sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Russia. Russia's FSB security service has detained a third suspect in connection with an attempt to assassinate senior military intelligence officer Vladimir Alexeyev. This follows an attack last week targeting Alexeyev, which has now led to further arrests. According to Russian news agency, the FSB confirmed the detention today. The investigation continues as authorities work to uncover more details behind this incident. Russia's FSB security service has detained a third suspect in connection with an attempt to assassinate senior military intelligence officer Vladimir Alexeyev. This follows an attack last week targeting Alexeyev, which has now led to further arrests. According to Russian news agency, the FSB has confirmed the detention today. The investigation continues as authorities work to uncover more details behind this incident. Now for this discussion, we welcome Professor Georgi Toleraya. He's a professor at Russia Academy of Science. Thank you very much, Professor Toleraya, for joining us again. Good to see you.
Hello.
Now, can you tell us what do we know so far about the arrests that has happened in relation to the assassination attempt of the senior military intelligence officer?
Well, I would say that this time the action was taken by Russian police and FSB, and special service was taken remarkably swift. And of course, this is also the product of our good cooperation with United Arab Emirates, who expelled the suspect immediately. He wanted to, the killer, he immediately took the plane to Dubai, and he was returned. That is very remarkable. And now I think the special services have all the suspect in their hands, but for one lady, a Ukrainian who fled to Ukraine already. And it's almost 100% clear that this was the killing, the action planned and executed by Ukrainian special services. So it, of course, has very great diplomatic repercussions. But anyway, if we speak about the work of security services, it's very good. Although, of course, it raises questions why the security for the top Russian military leaders was not provided. That's already not the first time that the high-ranking generals and people have no security protection, that they live in just in ordinary flats, in ordinary Moscow city living quarters without any special regime. I think it's time to think about some special measures to protect these people and other people who are involved in the military operation and the governing of the state, because we're at war, and there's a little bit of lax security for these people, and more should be invested into this sphere to prevent the recurrence of such incidents in the future. So it's clear that Ukrainians will continue these terrorist activities in Russian soil, and this has to be dealt with seriously.
Thank you for sharing that. And Professor, how do you analyze the current status of Russia, Ukraine, the negotiations that are supposed to take place soon?
Well, there's not much progress, not much going on, and I've said that many times before to your program. I don't think that they would be easy to force Zelensky to make some efforts to achieve peace. He doesn't want it. He simply doesn't want it. He wants to keep on the war, to get the support of the West, to get the money, and to keep his position. He doesn't care about the population of Ukraine, who is now starving and being confronted by cold and sufferings. He doesn't care about his soldiers. All he wants is to keep on getting money, keep on getting armed, and continue the war to keep himself in the spotlight.
Thank you very much, Professor Toleraya, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us. Now we move on to Israel and Australia. Israeli President Isaac Herzog has told Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese that anti-Semitism has no place in Australia. Herzog made these remarks during a memorial service at the Chabad of Bondi Synagogue in Sydney, honoring the 15 victims of a December terror attack. Herzog has condemned the attack as an act of hatred, emphasizing that such actions are unacceptable anywhere. He has praised Albanese for Australia's new legislation on gun control, hate speech, and combating extremist groups. Herzog has also met with victims' families before joining Albanese for dinner. The visit highlights ongoing efforts to combat anti-Semitism and hate globally. Now we welcome back Professor Georgi Toleraya. He is joining us live. Thank you very much, Professor, for staying with us. Now, looking at Israel and Australia's relationship, as in Australia, we have seen some more attacks towards in relation to anti-Semitism. Do you think Australia will be leveling up to make sure these kind of things don't happen again? What are we to make of this Israel-Australia relations now? Is it becoming better?
I've spent several years working in Australia, and I know Bondi area pretty well. I lived nearby, and there was a big Jewish community there. And I wouldn't say that there was or is any kind of extraordinary anti-Semitism in Australia. Australia is a very multicultural and tolerant country. And personally, I think that President Herzog, who is himself is a very controversial figure, he's one of the figures who is complicit in the terrorism and genocide in Gaza. So there were protests in Australia against his visit. Actually, even a large part of Jewish community in Australia protested against him being invited. And I personally think that the agenda of this visit shouldn't have included his visit to Bondi. I think it's sort of provocative. And he's not the one to dictate to Albanese, to Premier Albanese, about how Australia should behave in its internal policy, especially when there's no actual reason for that. I think that Israel demands too much from Australia. And I believe that, of course, Australian leadership will have to agree and just to not to make contradiction show. But I don't think it would really help the future relations between Israel and Australia.
With that, I'd like to thank Professor Georgi Toleraya for joining us and sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now we move on to U.S. A Honduran immigrant family in Fridley, Minnesota has been staying inside their trailer for a month, fearing arrest by the ICE. The family seeking asylum has faced hardships since both parents lost their jobs. The mother worked at a restaurant that closed after an ICE raid, and the father witnessed his colleagues being arrested. Meanwhile, Brenda Lewis, the Fridley School District Superintendent, patrols the area to protect immigrant children from ICE. Let's listen in.
I received a message shortly after leaving my house that there was a confirmed ICE vehicle in our Club West community parking lot. So I was able to head there, and as soon as I pulled into the parking lot here, I could see that there was 4 agents inside in tactical gear. Once they started to tap on my windshield, I did make the decision that I would roll down my window. And as soon as I did that, the agent on my driver's side reached in and unlocked my door himself, which allowed the agents on my passenger side to open the door, unbuckle my seatbelts. I continued to ask if I was under arrest. I told them that I wanted my rights read to me. I asked what I was being charged with, why I was being pulled from the vehicle. None of these questions were answered. They They just told me that they were going to extract me from the vehicle.
Now we move on to France. French President Emmanuel Macron will be visiting India from February 17th to 19th at the invitation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The two leaders will hold talks to strengthen bilateral ties under the Horizon 2047 roadmap, discussing regional and global issues including cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. Macron will also be in Mumbai to inaugurate the India-France Year of Innovation, which will run throughout 2026. On February 19th, he will participate in the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. This visit builds on the mutual trust established during Modi's visit to France in 2025 and deepens the India-France strategic partnership. Now we stay in France. French prosecutors have charged a 79-year-old former educator with aggravated rape and sexual assault. The man, Jacques Levougle, allegedly abused 89 minors across multiple countries between 1967 and 2022. The crimes occurred in countries including Germany, Switzerland, Morocco, and India and Colombia. Authorities have discovered the details on a USB stick containing the suspect's writings, which documented the abuse. Levougle has been in custody since his indictment earlier this year. Prosecutors Etienne Mathieu also revealed that Levougle confessed to the 1970s and 1990s killings of his mother and an aunt. The investigation is ongoing and authorities are urging additional victims to come forward. Let's listen in.
La brigade de Visil va donc s'emparer de ces fichiers numériques, ouvrir une enquête et va investiguer. Travail très long puisque c'est divisé en tomes, il y a 15 tomes, c'est vraiment une matière très, très dense. Et les enquêteurs vont devoir lire la totalité de ces écrits et vont recenser 89 mineurs, l'évocation de 89 mineurs. Les premiers faits remontent à 1967, les derniers faits remontent à 2022. Il s'agit essentiellement d'évocations de rapports sexuels avec des mineurs de 13 à 17 ans.
Now we have a breaking news coming in from UK. United Kingdom's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has described his cabinet as strong and united amid growing pressure over resignations after Peter Mandelson's appointment concerns. Following a cabinet meeting today, the Prime Minister thanked his team for their support and reaffirmed his commitment to leading the party. Prime Minister Starmer also voiced backing for Scottish Labour leader Anas Sava, who remains the most senior figure to call for the PM's resignation. Despite ongoing challenges, Prime Minister Starmer has emphasized that ministers are focused on fulfilling their mandate to drive change and will continue prioritizing the issues that matter most to the British public. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Asuma Kataukov. For the last year, global trade has felt less like a system of rules and more like a game of high-stakes poker. In the recently reconfigured Washington power corridors, the new mantra is simple: reciprocity. You want access to the American consumer, you better have a seat at the table ready for American goods. Nowhere is this shift more evident than in Bangladesh. Yesterday, February 9, 2026, Dhaka and Washington sealed a landmark trade pact that marks a historically new level in relations. It's a deal born out of months of grueling negotiations led by interim chief advisor Muhammad Yunus, and it could be the lifeline the country's vital garment industry desperately needs. Here are the concrete numbers first. The headline rate. The US has agreed to reduce Bangladesh's reciprocal tariff rate to 19%. That's a significant drop from the initial 37% proposed in early 2025 and slightly below the 20% interim rate set last August. But the real secret sauce of this deal isn't just the lower tariffs. It's the innovative preferential scheme. Under this new mechanism, Bangladesh will receive tariff-free access to the U.S. market for textiles and apparel equivalent to its imports of U.S.-produced cotton and man-made fibers. The calculation is rigorous. It's measured on a square meter basis. Effectively, if Dhaka buys American cotton, it gets to sell the finished shirt back to the U.S. with zero additional duty. It's a classic fiber for fabric swap that turns a traditional trade deficit into a coordinated supply chain. Of course, reciprocity is a two-way street. In exchange for this access, Bangladesh is opening the floodgates. The Yunus administration has agreed to remove barriers to U.S. industrial and agricultural goods. We're talking about everything from chemicals and medical devices to U.S. beef, poultry, and dairy products. And it does not stop at food. Bangladesh has committed to purchasing 25 aircrafts from American giant Boeing, a deal valued at over $3 billion. Furthermore, Dhaka is signing on for $15 billion in U.S. energy products, including LNG, over the next 15 years. Washington isn't just asking for free trade, it is asking for guaranteed sales. But how does this stack up against the rest of the region? This is where the geopolitics gets spicy. In the race for the American closet, Bangladesh is now running a very tight heat with its neighbors. India recently secured an 18% rate, just 1 point lower than Bangladesh. But India's deal required cutting Russian oil imports and a staggering $500 billion purchase commitment. Vietnam, Bangladesh's biggest rival in apparel. Vietnam is currently sitting at a 20% reciprocal tariff. This new deal officially makes Bangladesh products more competitive than Vietnamese ones in the U.S. ports. Pakistan currently tied with Bangladesh at 19%. The strategic context here is clear. Under President Trump's Reciprocal Trade Act, the U.S. is systematically dismantling old preferential systems like GSP in favor of these bilateral quid pro quo pacts. By moving fast, the Yunus government has ensured that Bangladesh isn't left behind in the tariff bloodbath. However, the deal comes with strings attached. Bangladesh has committed to stricter enforcement of labor rights, a moratorium on WTO electronic transmission duties, and the adoption of U.S. vehicle safety standards. It is a full-scale realignment of Bangladesh's regulatory DNA towards Washington. Bottom line, the US-Bangladesh trade deal is a pragmatic masterclass in survival. By tying its exports to the import of American raw materials, Bangladesh has created a win-win that insulates its garment sector from protectionist winds. The question is whether the domestic economy can absorb the influx of American agricultural and industrial competition. But in a world where tariffs are the new weaponry, Dhaka just secured a very sturdy shield. As Bangladesh heads towards general elections this week, this trade deal may well be the crowning economic achievement of the interim regime. Now for this, we welcome Ms. Mitali Nikore. She's an economist, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ms. Nikore, for joining us. Good to see you. Now looking at Bangladesh and US, the deal allows zero tariff access for garments made with US cotton on a square meter basis. Does this reciprocal volume requirement risk turning Bangladesh into a captive market for US raw materials, potentially preventing manufacturers from sourcing cheaper or higher quality textiles from elsewhere?
So, what is the hardest part, I think, when it comes to manufacturing any commodity and particularly textiles is that, you need to have clarity on a production process, and that production process has to be uniform across your factory. So, say even if I'm an MSME, I can't have, one part of my factory which is manufacturing textile-based goods using US cotton, and then another part of my factory which is using cotton which is domestic, say produced within Bangladesh itself. And I cannot have another part which is producing, using cotton that's been imported from elsewhere for a different market. It's just not possible. That is not how any economy or any particular factory would achieve economies of scale. So I do feel that this particular measure and this particular, clause that Bangladesh has agreed to in its deal is quite problematic, and often and very honestly, it reminds me of the colonial times. It reminds me of a time when India was a much bigger country, and there was this traditional imposition by the British colonies on Bengal, the United Bengal at that time, to use English cotton. And that was how the deindustrialization of Bengal began. So, to be very honest, I find this particular clause to be extremely problematic, and I feel like by agreeing to it, Bangladesh has really tied itself into a few knots.
Thank you for highlighting that, Ms. Nikore. Now, staying on this, Bangladesh has agreed to also open its doors to US beef, poultry, and dairy. Given that these sectors are highly subsidized in the US, can Bangladesh's domestic farming sector survive this influx, or are we looking at permanent displacement of local producers?
So on that, I have a slightly different take. I think that for, the way the Bangladesh economy is structured, I do think that the imports from the US will be priced very differently from the local, local food products. And it's not that a lot of cities in Bangladesh would be able to absorb, the imports from the US. It would mainly be concentrated in cities, particularly cities like Dhaka, Sylhet, some of the larger cities, possibly even in the, Tamabil area. And it is even possible that there may be some, premiumization that is associated with these imports. But the market will remain limited, and I do think that the local manufacturers will then be limited to, some of the smaller areas, the smaller cities and rural areas. But I don't see the sector getting wiped out in any way. And also, Bangladesh does export quite a lot of its meat outside of Bangladesh as well. And I do think that that will continue in its current form. So I do think it'll open the market for premium products.
Thank you for highlighting that, Ms. Nikore. And now, by adopting US FDA certifications and vehicle safety standards, Bangladesh is effectively aligning its regulatory DNA with Washington. Does this streamline trade at the cost of making significantly harder for Bangladesh to trade with other major partners like the EU or China, which has different standards?
So I think, again, it's a bit different for EU and a bit different for China. I think the US FDA standards harmonize well with the EU standards. The EU standards are actually even tougher than the US FDA standards, particularly when it comes to green manufacturing requirements and environmental regulations. So the EU standards, in any case, were something that were not really being met even before. From Bangladesh. I think the biggest problem is going to be alignment with Chinese standards, because China's standards are very different from US FDA. They allow for a lot more materials in manufacturing. They allow for also for the electric vehicles, they allow for very different levels of procurement processes, manufacturing processes, and they don't have a lot of very stringent ESG regulations. They don't have a very stringent manufacturing process regulation. So if Bangladesh sets its automotive standards to meet US FDA requirements, it essentially creates a scenario where a lot of Chinese vehicles may not, and Chinese companies may not actually qualify under the US FDA standards, and then Bangladesh as a market closes for them. On the other hand, US manufactured cars and vehicles can easily come in. And of course, this is not only about passenger cars, but about, logistics vehicles and two-wheelers, which are, being imported in large numbers in Bangladesh.
And with Bangladesh now at a 19% rate plus the unique fiber for fabric incentive, how does this disrupt the competitive balance against India at 18%, Pakistan at 19%, and Vietnam at 20%? And is Washington effectively using these tiered tariff rates to force a loyalty race among South and Southeast Asian nations to see who can offer the best purchase commitments for American goods?
There is no doubt that Washington is forcing the countries in South and Southeast Asia, all of which are known for textile manufacturing, all of which are known for engineering goods, machinery goods manufacturing. See, I would say that amongst all these countries, very honestly, India seems to have secured the best deal, because India has also offered purchase commitments, and none of these other countries have been able to offer purchase commitments because of the fact that their economies are not as large as the Indian economy, and they are, their per capita incomes are much lower than the Indian per capita income, and also India's growth and purchasing power is far ahead. So it's very difficult to compare, and also quite unfair to compare India with with Bangladesh and with Vietnam. I mean, Vietnam still we can have a comparison, but with Bangladesh, it's absolutely impossible to compare India. And it's quite surprising that a country like Bangladesh should go ahead and trade away so much of its autonomy when it comes to the auto sector or the textile sector, just to secure a 1 or 2% reduction in the tariffs, because it's still a tariff that's 1% higher than India. And overall, we've seen a lot of textile factories in Bangladesh shut down over the last year simply because of law and order issues as well. So it's not only about, just competitiveness on the cost, but also on the working conditions and the operating conditions for a number of global textile units, which have actually moved operations to South India and West India. So, very honestly, definitely these moves by Washington are not in line with the rules-based trading order. definitely these moves by Washington are meant to arm twist developing countries and the global south, and that is leading us into a very dangerous era of globalization. But at the same time, the deal that Bangladesh has secured seems to have a number of words of caution for the country's economic future.
With that, I'd like to thank Ms. Nikore for sharing that deep insight with us on NewsX World.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a wrap on this edition of Deep Dive. Stay tuned to NewsX World for more news and updates.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi, during Operation Sindhu,
UK Prime Minister Starmer faces growing pressure amid scandal. McSweeney resigns over medal since his appointment. Putin's special envoy predicts Starmer's resignation. Medal since Epstein ties spark police investigation. Starmer's leadership in crisis. Let's understand what's coming next.
Hello and welcome, I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching another episode of Explained. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is facing mounting pressure after the resignation of his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, which comes amid a growing controversy over the appointment of Peter Mandelson as the UK's ambassador to the United States. The scandal centres around Mandelson's long-standing ties to late financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, which continued even after Epstein's 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution from minors. Despite these connections, Starmer pressed ahead with Mandelson's appointment. This move has now sparked widespread criticism, with many questioning the Prime Minister Starmer's judgment. Morgan McSweeney, who played a pivotal role in advising Starmer on this decision, took full responsibility for the mistake. In his resignation statement, McSweeney has acknowledged that the appointment had been wrong, causing damage to the Labour Party and eroding public trust in politics. His departure has left Starmer facing intensified calls for his own resignation. Let's listen in to some of Starmer's statements on the ongoing situation.
It had been publicly known for some time that Mandelson knew Epstein, but none of us knew the depth and the darkness of that relationship. But we are changing this country for the better. We had 14 long years of failure under the Tory government, and we're correcting that. We've stabilised the economy, we've put a huge amount of investment into our public services, and we're rebuilding our communities. And I intend to go on doing that vital work for our country, because I believe it is the absolute focus and the first importance for this government. The information now available makes clear that the answers he gave were lies. He portrayed Epstein as someone he barely knew. And when that became clear, and it was not true, I sacked him. Such deceit is incompatible with public service.
As the pressure mounts, Russian envoy Kirill Dmitriev has weighed in, suggesting Starmer's leadership could soon be in jeopardy. In a recent social media post, Dmitriev has implied that Starmer's political future could be in danger, predicting that the Prime Minister might soon be forced to step down. Dmitriev's comments have added a new layer to the political crisis, with many now questioning whether Starmer can survive the fallout. But as Starmer fights to keep his position, the fallout continues, with more details emerging about how Morgan McSweeney's role in the appointment. On January the 8th, McSweeney, who played a central role in advising Prime Minister Keir Starmer on the appointment of Lord Peter Mandelson, formerly Lord, took responsibility for the mistake. In a statement, McSweeney acknowledged that the decision to appoint Mandelson was a wrong one. While he did not oversee the due diligence and vetting process, he has stressed the need for, quote, a fundamental overhaul of how such decisions are made in the future. McSweeney's statement has clearly indicated that he believed the only honourable course of action was to step down. Interestingly, sources close to Downing Street have since revealed that his decision to resign was a mutual agreement between McSweeney and Starmer. This means that the two men had a shared understanding of the gravity of the situation. According to these sources, McSweeney had initially been, quote, in two minds about resigning until the pressure built to a point where it became clear that his departure was inevitable. As the crisis deepens, attention turns back to Peter Mandelson and his links to Jeffrey Epstein, which continue to dominate the scandal. The latest release of the Epstein files by the US Department of Justice has revealed new and disturbing information about Mandelson's dealings with Epstein, including financial transactions that raise serious questions. Between 2003 and 2004, Epstein made several payments totaling to $75,000 to accounts linked to Mandelson and his partner. These payments were made while Mandelson was a government minister. Furthermore, details have emerged about email exchanges between Mandelson and Epstein, which included discussions of market-sensitive government plans. These included UK tax policy and the government's strategy for asset sales to relieve the country's debt burden during the 2008 financial crisis. These exchanges raised serious questions about the integrity of Mandelson's actions and the possibility that he used his political position to further the interests of Epstein and his wealthy associates. In response to these allegations, London's Metropolitan Police Service have opened a full investigation into possible misconduct in public office. Officers have carried out search warrants at two properties linked to Mandelson, one in Camden, London, and another in Wiltshire. Mandelson has not been arrested yet, and the investigation remains active. Mandelson, who was appointed UK ambassador to the US in 2024, was removed from his role in September of last year after the first round of revelations came to light regarding his close ties to the late sex offender. As of now, Mandelson has publicly apologised, regretting his continued association with Epstein after the financier's 2008 conviction. He has insisted that he was misled by Epstein and wished he had discovered the truth sooner. However, the damage to his reputation and that of the Starmer government is clear. The scandal has not only undermined trust in Mandelson, but also cast a shadow over Starmer's leadership. The public backlash has been intense, with many questioning how such a person could have been chosen to represent the UK in such a crucial diplomatic post. As the scandal deepens, the UK media has gone into overdrive, launching what some have called Operation Save Starmer. British newspapers are scrutinising the Prime Minister's leadership, questioning whether he can survive the political storm caused by the Mandelson controversy. Opposition leaders, including Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch, have been quick to call for Starmer's resignation, claiming that he must be accountable for the damaging decisions made under his leadership. Moreover, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has also predicted that Starmer will not survive beyond the local elections, a prediction that is gaining traction amongst political pundits. Inside his own party, Labour MPs are expressing increasingly loud concerns about his future. Some are questioning whether Starmer can rebuild his credibility after a string of political setbacks, including the Mandelson scandal and unpopular U-turn policies. In another setback for UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, another breakthrough has just come through. Tim Allen, his Executive Director of Communications, has now resigned as well. Elon, who was appointed in September 2025 to overhaul Downing Street's messaging, has stepped down amidst the continuing crisis surrounding the Mandelson scandal. Elon, who had been brought in to improve the government's public image, now faces scrutiny over potential conflicts of interest. Reports have revealed that he holds a 10% shareholding in Strand Partners, a lobby firm. This raises questions about whether his business interests could have influenced his work for the government, particularly as the scandal over Mandelson and Epstein continues to unfold. With the political turmoil intensifying in the United Kingdom, Londoners have sharply divided on how to view the current situation. Let's now hear what some residents have to say about the future of Starmer's leadership.
I think it's definitely a difficult time for him. Will he survive? I think he'll probably blow over. I think it's probably a bit of a storm. I think he's possibly been viewed a little bit harshly, but it's always difficult to know the truth about these things.
I think Keir Starmer, at first I thought he was good when he first came in. However, my opinion's changed a lot. I think he's pretty terrible now, especially with the whole Mandelson thing going on. I think he'll last the week, but yeah.
Well, let's see what happens, but with everything going on, I don't think he's got the strength to do it.
Well, that's all for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. A US judge blocks the deportation of Rumeysa Öztürk, a Turkish student at Tufts University. According to her lawyers, the decision is filed at a federal appeals court after her arrest during a crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists last year. Hong Kong leader John Lee praises the 20-year sentence given to pro-democracy media tycoon Jimmy Lai, calling his crimes severe. The United States, United Kingdom, and the United Nations condemned the jailing as unjust and urge his release on humanitarian grounds. Jeffrey Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell appears virtually from a Texas prison and refuses to answer the U.S. House Oversight Committee. Chair James Comer says she invokes the Fifth Amendment, blocking questions on Epstein and possible co-conspirators. U.S. President Donald Trump opposes Israel's annexation of the occupied West Bank as international criticism grows. The White House says a stable West Bank is key to Israel's security and regional peace. The United States and Armenia have agreed to cooperate on civil, nuclear energy, deepening ties. The move follows a U.S.-brokered South Caucasus peace deal, with Washington seeking to draw Yerevan closer. The UN says it is awaiting clarity on how much of nearly $4 billion in repairs the US Trump administration will pay and when. UN chief warns the imminent financial collapse as the US confirms it plans a partial payment in the coming weeks. Burkina Faso's transitional parliament has approved a bill banning all political parties, repealing party charters and financing laws and consolidating power under the military junta led by Captain Ibrahim Traoré. The move drew concerns from the UN rights chief, while the government defended the ban as a reset to end political polarization. According to media reports, Ethiopia is hosting a secret training camp for thousands of fighters from Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, marking the first direct evidence of Ethiopia's involvement in Sudan's civil war. 8 sources, including a senior Ethiopian official, said the United Arab Emirates financed the camp. U.S. lawmakers have accused the Department of Justice of improperly redacting files related to late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Members of Congress began reviewing unredacted versions of the files last week, part of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Democratic Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, who co-sponsored the law, flagged discrepancies, saying the DOJ did not comply with the law's requirement. Some files were criticized for containing identifiable email addresses and nude photos of potential victims. The DOJ has since removed flagged files and unredacted some names, including those of Epstein and his associate Ghislaine Maxwell. However, Khanna and Massie argue that the redactions still violate the law, specifically pointing to names that remain obscured. The DOJ responded, claiming a technical or human error and reaffirming its commitment to transparency, but the controversy over the handling of these files continues. Now we welcome Professor David K. Johnston. He's a professor at Rochester Institute of Technology, joins us live from New York. Thank you very much, Professor Johnston, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at this... Good to be here. Thank you. Now looking at this, a lot of people have raised concerns and criticized this latest revelations, right, including the victims. What do you think, what should be done? And also, do you think that there was a lack of maybe consciousness or towards these victims who have been exposed?
I think the best evidence, having read the statute and seen some of the released documents, is that this is part of a continuing effort of non-compliance by the Trump administration. There are a number of young women whose images are available where it's easy to link data from documents to identify someone. And I don't think that happened by mistake. Given Donald Trump's history and my knowing him for almost 40 years, this is the kind of intimidation tactic, because the message being sent to the young women is, many of whom have never gone public, they operate in court under pseudonyms, is you mess with us, we'll embarrass you. And secondly, the redaction of names in various of the emails seems to clearly violate the statute, because no one is to have their name withheld for reputational value. And there's one other development which I find very troubling. Throughout the Epstein affair, there have been discussions about whether some young women may have been murdered and disappeared. And I've treated those with the same skepticism that I did all sorts of things during the 40 years I did investigative reporting for the New York Times and others. But it turns out that Jeffrey Epstein bought 350 gallons of sulfuric acid. We know that sulfuric acid can be used to quickly dissolve a body, destroy the DNA. It does tend to leave behind micro traces of what's happened, But this is a very troubling development that is going to need a lot of attention, because if it was used for foul purposes, that puts a whole new picture on the repeated failures of federal officials and Trump appointees to properly investigate what was going on here.
That is exactly so disturbing. Now, also looking at, Jeffrey Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, has appeared virtually from Texas prison. However, she refused to answer the U.S. House Oversight Committee, right? So what happens, and what about the justice?
Well, there's a lot of talk in this country, in the U.S., that Trump is going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. He will never do that. He may grant her clemency. If he pardons her, she can be required to testify because she has no legal jeopardy, and if she refuses, she can be given a prison sentence for refusing to testify. If he gives her clemency, she's still in legal jeopardy, and she can exercise her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. But she is not going to do anything that will upset Donald Trump while she is trying to get him to spring her from prison. So this was mostly an exercise by the Republican leaders of the committee in Congress in trying to say, see, we're really looking for everything, when there was no reason to expect she would testify, and she is not.
And how do you think this whole thing is affecting the transparency or the public trust towards also the administration, of course, and DOJ, and also the image of political elites in the West?
Yeah, I think this is really having quite a profound effect. And one of the big issues being discussed in American news organizations and online chats is the fact that the British and some other foreign countries have taken items about their sovereigns or diplomats in the Epstein files and are aggressively pursuing them. Keir Starmer may well have to resign as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom because his appointee as ambassador to the US is all over the Epstein files. That's causing a lot of discussion about why is it that the Europeans are aggressively pursuing these matters and we are not in the US. And of course, the reason is because Donald Trump is running a protection racket here. He is in the files more than 5,000 times, and there have been some US commentators have pointed out that God is referenced in the Old Testament and the New only about 4,000 times. And Trump, though, insists, I never did anything, I did nothing wrong. And as I warned would happen, well, I think a year or more ago, the Justice Department's position is that they can't release many of the documents, including photographs or videotapes that would show grown men in compromising positions with girls as young as 13, because under American law, mere viewing of such an image is a felony. And so they have the perfect setup here to withhold what would be conclusive evidence, photographs from the Epstein estate of various men in sexual acts with girls who are not old enough to give consent, that is, who are being raped.
Thank you very much, Professor Johnston, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we stay on this news. Now, the U.S. Justice Department has moved to overturn the conviction of Steve Bannon, former advisor to President Donald Trump in connection with the January 6 Capitol attack. Bannon was sentenced to 4 months in prison for contempt of Congress after defying a subpoena to testify before the committee investigating the attack. He was released in October 2024. The Justice Department filed a motion in the Supreme Court seeking to send Bannon's case back to a lower court. In the filing, they request that the case be dismissed with prejudice. Bannon, who has yet to comment, is set to not oppose the motion. Now we welcome back Professor David K. Johnston. Thank you very much, Professor, for staying with us. The U.S. Justice Department has moved to overturn the conviction of Steve Bannon, former advisor to President Donald Trump in connection with the January 6 Capitol attack. Bannon was sentenced to 4 months in prison for contempt of Congress after defying a subpoena to testify before the committee investigating the attack. He was released in October 2024. The Justice Department filed a motion in the Supreme Court seeking to send Bannon's case back to a lower court. In the filing, they request that the case be dismissed with prejudice. Bannon, who has yet to comment, is said to not oppose the motion. The U.S. Justice Department has moved to overturn the conviction of Steve Bannon, former advisor to President Donald Trump, in connection with the January 6 Capitol attack. Bannon was sentenced to 4 months in prison for contempt of Congress after defying a subpoena to testify before the attack. He was released in October 2024. Now we have a breaking news coming in. According to health officials, Israeli airstrikes and gunfire have killed 5 Palestinians in Gaza. The attacks took place on 10th February, undermining a 4-month-old U.S. brokered truce. In Deir al-Balah, 2 people were killed in an airstrike while riding an electric bike. Later, a woman was also killed by Israeli drone fire in the same area, and troops shot a man in Khan Yunis. Another man was shot dead by Israeli gunfire in Jabalia as well. Now we move on to Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghei has said that recent nuclear talks with the U.S. have helped Tehran assess Washington's seriousness. The brief meeting in Muscat, Oman showed enough consensus to continue diplomatic efforts. Baghei has emphasized that both sides showed mutual understanding, making the continuation of talks possible. Last week, U.S. and Iranian diplomats met with Omani mediators to revive diplomacy following concerns over rising tensions. Baghei has also noted the planned visit of Iran's Ali Larijani to Qatar following his trip to Oman. Regarding Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's upcoming Washington visit, Baghei warned the U.S. must act independently of foreign pressures. Let's listen in.
اساساً ریشه تبدیل موضوع هسته‌ای ایران، برنامه هسته‌ای صلح‌آمیز ایران به عنوان یک بحران تصنعی رژیم صهیونیستی بود که از حدود 40 سال قبل مدام این گزاره رو تکرار میکنه که ایران به دنبال بمب هسته‌ای است و سعی میکنه که نوعی ترس موهوم رو بر دنیا تحمیل بکنه به خاطر بمب هسته‌ای ناموجود ایران.
Now we welcome retired Major General Sudhakarji. He's a senior strategic and international affairs expert, joins us live from Jaipur. Thank you very much, Major General Sudhakarji, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at thank you. Good evening. Now looking at this, in my analysis, it seems like while Iran thinks it was good and they're hopeful or positive about the latest round of talks, while U.S. hasn't even issued a statement, they have moved to welcoming soon to be welcoming Netanyahu in U.S. and also the fact that they have moved more armada towards the Gulf. Is there a difference between their understanding or how they feel about the situation and ongoing talks? What's your analysis?
Asoma, good question.
Thank you.
This question has got multiple parts or subparts. One of them, what was the case just a few hours back? The few hours back was USA has been demanding, or Netanyahu has been demanding, that the enrichment of the uranium or going ahead with the nuclear warheads, that should be suspended completely, number one. Number two, the missile test trial and the complete architecture and the capability must be done away with. And third, the proxies have to be reined in. So out of all this, Iran has narrowed down to only one aspect, that nothing doing. It is only the uranium, enriched uranium, that is the nuclear issue which is to be discussed. The latest input which has come to me, which perhaps indirectly you have alluded in your preamble, is that Iran has projected the demand that they are prepared to forego nuclear enrichment and going ahead with the nuclear warhead, provided all sanctions imposed against Iran are, forfeited or they are cancelled or they are lifted. So, is US going to lift all the sanctions? I don't think so, because it's a game of leverage. So, if US doesn't actually lift the ban or the sanctions against Iran, will Iran reconcile to the fact, because there is a huge armada which is encircled Iran inside the Persian Gulf and towards Mediterranean? I don't think so. Iran is not going to come under pressure. It has got a huge stockpile or weapons and platforms available, and it has got those kind of missiles which perhaps it has not used so far. And don't be shocked and surprised if it comes out with, toy-toying or tactical nuclear missile one fine day. That will be a dangerous turning point and surprise to every one of us, which New York Times has been actually shouting from the rooftop right from 2000, 2006, 10. Number of articles have come out in Western media platforms. So that is one part. Second part is my assessment about the whole thing. That means indirectly you are asking, is US going to attack Iran? I don't think so. There are many ifs and buts attached to this particular thing. The Venezuela pressure on Venezuela action is yet to ease out within US. Epstein file is actually burning the inner esteem and the character of the US as a superpower. And every day there are new names propping up, and it has gone beyond the boundaries of US into European Union and UK, and a lot of royal and high profile personalities are coming into the limelight. Third point and most important point is that what is the trigger when US is going to decide whether either to attack or not to attack? That trigger is yet to come, unlikely to come, because Donald Trump is very cautious about a couple of issues. The elections are around the corner. There are 25 seats in the Senate which are falling vacant, and out of 25, 8 are of, I think, the Republican, and rest are Democrats. And it is given to understand that of late, the sway is in the favor of the Democrats. Recently, the Democrats have had thumping majority, and they have observed the successful story of the political mandate or the electioneering mandate in the United States, and they are coming up with the best, with the majority against that of Republicans. Last point is the crucial point which you are pointedly asking. So what are they going to do now? In my opinion, if at all there is going to be an attack, Netanyahu will be attacking, not the American forces. In any case, there are no boots on ground. Should that happen, whether it is Netanyahu or the American forces, Iran is going to retaliate with lots of violence and with lots of force. It is going to retaliate regardless of who attacks against the... Yeah.
So, Major General, if building on your answer, how do you analyze Israel's readiness and Israel's capacity? As we know that last year, the 12-day war, Israel's Iron Dome was penetrated. So, do you think they have built up? Do you think they have, how do you think their defense strategy has changed or evolved?
As far as the preparedness of the Israelis are concerned, their Iron Dome has not been upgraded till now. The integration is just the same as it was before. The Iron Dome is only up to the ranges, rocket ranges up to 70 kilometers. These are short-range rockets. Whereas Iran has got long-range hypersonic missiles, it has got ballistic missiles. It will be very easy for the missiles of Iran to penetrate through the Iron Dome and hit the vulnerable areas and vulnerable points as Israel. Therefore, Despite the fact that Israel may be in the best of its preparedness, yet they can be penetrated by the hypersonic missiles, and sensitive spots can be hit very effectively and accurately.
Thank you very much, Major General, for sharing that deep insight with us. Please stay with us. Now, you're looking at UN, the United Nations, in talks to re-establishment its Human Rights Office in Venezuela 2 years after its expulsion. Discussions between UN Rights Chief Volker Turk and interim President Delcy Rodriguez took place on January 26th, with the UN team visiting Caracas through February 4th. Support was offered to help develop a roadmap for reconciliation, replacing human rights at the center. Meanwhile, rights monitoring has continued from Panama since the expulsion in 2024. Hundreds of prisoners have been freed, though 700 people remain in detention. The amnesty law to release more dissidents was postponed, with the UN stressing that it must meet international standards. Now we welcome back retired Major General Sudhakarji. He is joining us live from Jaipur. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now, how are we to, make? Do you think UN is capable of opening up this channel once again in Venezuela? And how do you think Delcy Rodriguez is dealing with her recently, her current government to keep her government together, or to keep her country together?
Second question first. She is navigating a very complex situation of the Venezuelan society and the country, and she's doing a good job as of now, but there are lots of unpredictability and uncertainties as to how things may turn out to be. All the political prisoners, majority of them have been released from the prisons. You said in your question that there are 700 odd more are awaited, and people are demanding for the early release. All these things are happening at the dictate or the behest of United States. Number two, the first question now. Now, will the United Nations office be able to restore status quo ante? That means, will they be able to go back to Venezuela from where they had been kicked out a couple of months back, maybe 6 or 8 months, or maybe 1 year back? Well, unless the local government supports, they will not be able to re-establish their office. And re-establishing infrastructure is one thing, but re-establishing their connect with the environment to discharge a mandate is another thing. Discharge of the mandate is primary. Now, unless they have favorable response metrics from the society, from the environment, they will not be able to perform or discharge their duties effectively. Therefore, it all depends as to how best the current government under the vice presidentship of Delcy Rodriguez, what kind of support they actually extend, because there is a difference between the lip service and what they do on the ground. Presently, it appears that they are being pushed by the United States and the United Nations to go back to Venezuela. However, time will tell us as to how effective they will be on the ground, and will they be able to discharge the mandate to the objective which has been outlined for them. Back to you, Asuma.
Unfortunately, we are running out of time for this discussion, but thank you very much, Major General, for joining us and sharing that insight with us. Now we move on to Russia. Russia's communications regulator, Roskomnadzor, has begun restricting the operation of Telegram, targeting one of the country's most widely used messaging platform. The move fits into the Kremlin's broader push to replace Western digital services with domestic alternatives as it advances plans for a so-called sovereign internet, tightening state control over online communications. Roskomnadzor has said that it will continue to impose consistent restrictions on the Telegram messenger in order to enforce Russian legislation and ensure the protection of citizens. Telegram users across Russia have reported widespread disruptions for a second consecutive day. Complaints on outage monitoring services surged to around 15,000 so far. far above normal levels, with most users reporting problems downloading photos and videos. Others said the app was slow to load or failed to connect altogether. The apparent move comes amid a broader tightening of digital controls. In August 2025, Roskomnadzor has effectively blocked calls via Telegram and WhatsApp, claiming the services was widely used for fraud, extortion, and recruiting citizens for sabotage activities. Now we move on to AI. The government of India has set a deadline of 3 hours for social media platforms to remove content that is flagged by the authorities for violating local laws, according to new order issued by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology of India. The early octopus deadline was 36 hours, as new rules will come into force from February 20, 2026. The government tightened rules around for handling AI-generated and synthetic content, including deepfakes on social media platforms such as X and Instagram. The new rules also include mandatory labeling of AI content. AI-generated content will be treated on par with other information for determining unlawful acts under its rules. The government notified amendments to the Information Technology Rules 2021 that formally define AI-generated and synthetic content. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news and updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of the hour. A US judge blocks the deportation of Rumsia Öztürk, a Turkish student at Tufts University, according to her lawyers. The decision is filed at a federal appeals court after her arrest during a crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists. Hong Kong leader John Lee praises the 20-year sentence given to pro-democracy media tycoon Jimmy Lai, calling his crimes severe. The United States, United Kingdom and the United Nations condemn the jailing as unjust and urge his release on humanitarian grounds. Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell appears virtually from a Texas prison and refuses to answer the U.S. House Oversight Committee. Chair James Comer says she invokes the Fifth Amendment, blocking questions on Epstein and possible co-conspirators. US President Donald Trump opposes Israel's annexation of the occupied West Bank as international criticism grows. The White House says a stable West Bank is key to Israel's security and regional peace. The United States and Armenia have agreed to cooperate on civil nuclear energy, deepening ties. The move follows a US-brokered South Caucasus peace deal, with Washington seeking to draw Yerevan closer. The United Nations says it is awaiting clarity on how much of nearly $4 billion in arrears the Trump administration will pay and when. UN Chief Antonio Guterres warns of imminent financial collapse as the US warns it plans a partial payment in the coming weeks. French President Emmanuel Macron says Europe must prepare for further confrontation with the United States. He warns Washington could target the EU over digital rules and tariffs, saying the Trump administration is increasingly hostile to Europe. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heads to Washington to urge President Trump to expand nuclear talks with Iran as US military pressure builds. Israel wants to curb Iran's enrichment, missiles, and regional allies, while Tehran rejects those demands without sanctions relief. We start this hour in Eastern Europe, and power company DTEK says that a Russian attack has damaged an energy facility in Ukraine's southern Odessa region. The company reported that the damage is extensive and repairs will take time. Some settlements in the area were partially left without power. Critical infrastructure is relying on generators while restoration efforts are now underway. Moscow has been targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure since October, leaving millions without power in freezing temperatures. Saul Sadka joins us now. He is a political commentator. He joins us live from Tel Aviv. Saul, thank you so much for joining us here on the program. Moscow, of course, has gone after Ukraine's energy infrastructure, particularly focusing in on these winter months where Ukrainian civilians in particular are facing temperatures below like 10 degrees Celsius, suffering, which leads to them, of course, suffering a near humanitarian crisis. However, their resilience stands firm in this war. What more can you tell us about the consistent barrage that Moscow is launching on Ukraine, especially as the winter comes to an end now?
Well, what we're seeing is the tactics that they've now been using for years. The war that started in February 2022 is about to enter its 5th year. This was supposed to be a three-day march for Putin's troops, and it has ended in a complete catastrophe for him. And what we can see when we look at it is that really, if all they have left, if the final act that they can do is to lob missiles at Ukrainian domestic infrastructure, most likely they're doing that because they don't have any better options. Certainly any other option, any other use of those weapons against military targets would be better for them, but really all they have left is terror weapons. It's unclear how many more years this war can drag on for. And certainly the damage to Ukraine is extreme, but the damage to Russia, its international standing, its soft power, its hard power, its military equipment, and probably in the end, its own unity is going to be much faster.
And Saul, of course, we've seen diplomatic developments over the past few days, of course. Direct talks taking place in Abu Dhabi between Ukraine, Russia and the United States, with envoys all being present at the meeting. We've heard positive statements coming out of all of the sides. However, what we're not really being revealed to about is how those negotiations are going, particularly when it comes to security guarantees, territory, amongst other things. Russia has just come out and says that there's no date now for these next round of talks which we saw previously announced pretty much straight after the first round. What does this say about the way in which the current ways are going at the negotiating table?
It looks very curious what's going on there, very confusing. But you have to remember that Russia has now put its entire economy on a war footing. A large part of its economy is based on this war continuing. So they have a very large problem, because if the war would actually come to an end, even on their own terms, as long as Ukraine is allowed to continue to fortify its eastern flank, they would then be in a situation where their economy would immediately collapse with the end of the war. The economy is really continuing on vapors at the moment, and those vapors are supplied entirely by the meat grinder on their western border with Ukraine. And as soon as that comes to an end, their economy collapses. So Russia has tied themselves into a knot. So any kind of negotiations that are continuing have to have that in mind. The consideration is that the Russian regime and the elites, if the war comes to an end, even with a settled agreement on terms that are relatively favorable to them, even if that happens, they are in very deep trouble.
Sol Sadka, do stay with us as we turn over to our next story, and we head to some breaking news first. And the Kremlin has stated that no specific date has been decided yet for holding the next rounds of Ukraine peace talks. Kremlin officials say that there have been some contacts made with France, but there are no clear indications that Paris is intended for dialogue at the highest level. However, the Kremlin has taken note of French President Macron's recent statements where he mentioned that technical discussions are underway to restart talks with his Russian counterpart. The Kremlin says it is always remaining open for dialogue, and the Russian Defense Ministry has shared that its forces have reportedly taken control of Zalezhny in Ukraine's Zaporozhye region. We'll of course bring you all the updates coming out of that situation as soon as we get it. We move over to the Gulf next, and the UAE Minister of State, Lana Nuseibeh, visited Tehran on Monday for the second meeting of the Political Consultations Committee with Iran. In a meeting with Iran's Foreign Minister, Sayed Abbas Araghchi, Nuseibeh shared the UAE's commitment to expanding economic and trade relations with Iran, calling their talks constructive. Nuseibeh also welcomed the resumed US-Iran diplomatic engagement in Muscat, stressing her country's focus on regional stability and de-escalation of tensions. Moreover, Araghchi has also reaffirmed the strong relations between the UAE and Iran, expressing Iran's readiness to further enhance bilateral cooperation. Sol Sadka joins us once again. What more can you tell us about this, Sol? Of course, Donald Trump views those Gulf alliances as pretty central to his foreign policy. And now we have seen the United Arab Emirates and the Iranian foreign minister speak, and this will gear up for those talks coming out between the United States and Iran within the next few days. What more can you tell us about these talks, how you think they're going to go, given the current standing?
The UAE has tied its horse to the Abraham Accords alongside Israel, the United States, and various other countries. And I, therefore, am very dubious. It looks very dubious to imagine that they are going to, in any case, be helping Iran in any real way. But certainly they might be being used by the Americans to bring them to the table. It would be amazing for the Americans if they could get Iran to meet their demands without the requirement for military strikes, because that would mean the Iranian regime would eventually, not immediately, but eventually collapse, because once they have no deterrence, that's the end of them. But the UAE certainly have been a good actor in all these dealings over the past, and I'm sure that will continue.
And so parallel to this, we're seeing a Benjamin Netanyahu visit to Washington. He's said to meet for Donald Trump for the sixth time, the most a foreign leader has met with the president in his second spell in the Oval Office. Does this meeting between Netanyahu and Trump risk souring things between the United States and Iran before things have really matured?
Well, I'm not sure if a seventh meeting between Netanyahu and Trump is going to be what sours the Americans on the Iranians. The Iranians, if you recall, for 47 years now, have been shouting death to America in the streets. So I don't think this is what's going to tip it over in the balance. The Americans have the Iranians at their whim. They are surrounding them with vast military equipment and can pick them apart if that's what they really wanted to. And the Iranians should take note that the Americans and the Israelis seem to be acting in lockstep. And even on occasions when there have been leaks about disagreements between Netanyahu and Trump and so on, those are generally preceded great acts of unity between the two in practice. So any kind of disagreements you might see between Trump and Netanyahu are as likely to be a misdirection to fool Iran into complacency as they are to be any kind of real disagreement. And in the end, it's quite clear that Netanyahu and Trump have a close personal bond. Their bond is not one of political expediency. They are actually friends. So that will make a very big difference, I think, to what's going to happen in the Middle East in the next few months.
However, of course, Donald Trump, at least for now, seems committed to diplomacy when it comes to Iran. Israel, however, has said that it will take matters into its own hands and strike Iran if it crosses its red line when it comes to its ballistic missile program. So obviously the two are on a different page when it comes to this. How do you think that might develop?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, the Americans are totally capable of continuing negotiations with Iran, as they were doing in June and after the 12-day war. They continue the negotiations. They don't control Israel. They certainly can deny their control over Israel if they want to. And so the negotiations will continue, and Israel has the right to defend itself, and had they expressed the intent to do so. And if you recall, around the 31st of January, on Netanyahu's previous visit to the White House, and Trump told him in public, in front of the cameras, that Israel should do what it sees fit, and if they want to attack the Iranian ballistic missile programs, if they continue to build them up, they should. And if the Iranians try to restart their nuclear program, then Israel should attack, and I quote, fast. So what we're seeing is really just a kind of a dance where the Americans are using the Israelis as their potential attack dog, perhaps promising to help Iran, rein them in, as kind of a good cop, bad cop game, to offer to protect them if they give the Americans what they want. But really what the Americans want and what the Israelis want is the same thing. It could be, from a cynical perspective, neither of them particularly care if there's regime change in Iran, but what they do want is they want the nuclear material, whatever remains of it, handed over, the nuclear program permanently closed down, and their ballistic missile program neutered to the extent that it no longer poses a major threat. And also for Iran to stop funding its proxies around the region that have caused so much chaos, destroyed Yemen, Lebanon, Syria, and more. So that's most likely what we expect to happen.
Sol Sadka, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us. It's a great pleasure to speak to you. We'll of course keep our viewers updated on that developing situation when that Trump-Netanyahu meeting comes around and those Iran-US talks commence. We turn over to the US now, and in the latest batch of Jeffrey Epstein files, a photo has emerged showing Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Tesla CEO Elon Musk at a lavish dinner party hosted by the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein in 2015. Despite Epstein's 2008 conviction for trafficking minors, Musk and Zuckerberg attended the event, which Epstein himself later described as wild. The guest list also included prominent figures like LinkedIn CEO Reid Hoffman and PayPal's Peter Thiel. However, Musk had previously denied attending any Epstein parties, even calling for the prosecution of those involved in Epstein's crimes. Meanwhile, Kimball Musk, Elon's brother, has clarified his connection to Epstein, stating that the emails between them were due to a newsletter Kimball sent out, not personal meetings. Furthermore, no direct evidence has been found linking any of these tech figures to Epstein's illegal activities. The new revelations come as further questions arise about the relationship Epstein maintained with powerful figures despite his criminal history. Now we turn to East Asia, and China has confirmed that discussions between Chinese and Philippine officials regarding the South China Sea will continue following a recent meeting in Cebu. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian has stated that both sides engaged in frank and in-depth exchanges on maritime issues and other areas of mutual concern. The two nations have agreed to continue their diplomatic dialogue and manage maritime differences effectively through continued communication. China emphasized that the discussions aimed to foster cooperation while addressing sensitive maritime concerns, crucial to maintaining peace and stability in the region. The meeting also underscored the importance of managing maritime situations to avoid escalation and promote stability in the region.
近日，中非外交部官员在菲律宾宿务举行了双边会见，就涉海等共同关心的问题，坦诚深入交换了意见。双方同意继续通过外交渠道保持沟通，妥善处理涉海分歧，管控好海上局势。
We turn over to Africa now, and Ethiopia is hosting a secret camp to train thousands of fighters for the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary group in neighboring country Sudan. The camp constitutes the first direct evidence of Ethiopia's involvement in Sudan's civil war, marking a potentially dangerous development that provides the RSF a substantial supply of fresh soldiers as fighting escalates in Sudan's south. According to reports, Ethiopian government officials said that the United Arab Emirates has financed the camp's construction and provided military trainers and logistical support to the site. Joining us now is Ayanuga Olugbenga Paul, a public affairs analyst, joining us live from Lagos in Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us. The Sudan war wages on, of course, something that the United Nations calls the worst humanitarian crisis. The UAE has been reported to be backing the paramilitary RSF forces who are fighting against the Sudanese government. If Ethiopia is directly training these RSF fighters, does this cross the line from regional mediators to an active participant in Sudan's war here?
Well, it came as a shock to me too when I saw the news about the training camp in Ethiopia, because I've been trying to look at all the angles and what benefits to what end will it be for Ethiopia to be sponsoring a recognized terrorist organization. I tried to see the connect from the area of ethnic affiliation to the area of investment partnership that will literally be to the benefit of Ethiopia, because I know nobody does this without logical reason, and I can't really pinpoint right now, to the level of my knowledge, why this is happening. And the location of this training camp also gives me a cause for concern. The fact that it is located near the great Renaissance Dam that has been in contention, between the Egyptian and the Sudanese authority on the flow of the River Nile, as it affects both country irrigation systems. So while I, on one part, want to think that maybe for the greater dam project politics and related systems, this might be the interest of Ethiopia, but I do not see that as being, quality enough reason. So I'm also looking at from the angle of international
Okay, we seem to be having some network issues with Ayanuga currently. Hopefully we get him back in just a second. These reports that Ethiopia is hosting a secret training camp for fighters of Sudan's RSF forces. They mark a dangerous new phase in Sudan's civil war. Does this... so you're saying, Ayanuga, that the UAE's backing of the RSF forces, which have been said to have perpetrated atrocities across the country, are indeed credible?
Well, I think from all the information available, especially from sources inside Ethiopia itself, it seems there's a level of credibility to the news. And for me, it looks as if, Ethiopia is putting fire on a roof they want to sit under, or they are putting snake under their bed. Because once the RSF forces that they are trained are through with the atrocity they are committing in Sudan, of course, definitely they are going to come back into Ethiopia and give them problems. The same example happened in my own country, Nigeria, here. And if they have not learned from that, I don't know what they would be able to learn from. It sets a dangerous precedent, especially in that volatile region of the of the continent, where from Sudan to Tanzania to Djibouti to Somaliland, you have these constant wars and insurgency activity happening to Central African Republic. I really feel terrible that Ethiopia is caught in the finger, and I try to analyze every angle of the cost-benefit analysis of the gains Ethiopia stands to have, and I can't put it together yet as of now to see why it is worth for them to have a training camp for such a terrorist organization in their country.
Ayanuga, do stay with us as we turn to our next story. And a student at Senegal University has tragically died after violent clashes broke out between police and students who were protesting for delayed stipend payments. The unrest occurred on Monday with Abdul Boya Ba, a second-year medical student who lost his life during the protest. The protests for the timely release of student stipends has been a recurring issue at various Senegalese universities. The Senegal government have confirmed the incident and expressed their condolences to the distressed families. We have some breaking news now, once again coming in from the African continent, and the UN Human Rights Chief has warned that growing tensions in Ethiopia's Tigray region could quickly descend into renewed conflict if urgent action is not taken. Despite a previous peace agreement in 2022, reports of insecurity, human rights abuses and lack of humanitarian access persisted. The UN is calling on all parties to de-escalate immediately, uphold the ceasefire, protect civilians and allow full access to aid, stressing that failure to act now could lead to devastating consequences. Well, that's all that we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. A US judge blocks the deportation of Rumeysa Öztürk, a Turkish student at Tufts University. According to her lawyers, the decision is filed at a federal appeals court after her arrest during a crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists last year. Hong Kong leader John Lee praises the 20-year sentence given to pro-democracy media tycoon Jimmy Lai, calling his crimes severe. The United States, United Kingdom, and the United Nations condemn the jailing as unjust and urge his release on humanitarian grounds. Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell appears virtually from a Texas prison and refuses to answer the U.S. House Oversight Committee. Chair James Comer says she invokes the Fifth Amendment, blocking questions on Epstein and possible co-conspirators. U.S. President Donald Trump opposes Israel's annexation of the occupied West Bank as international criticism grows. The White House says a stable West Bank is key to Israel's security and regional peace. The United States and Armenia have agreed to cooperate on civil nuclear energy, deepening ties. The move follows a U.S.-brokered South Caucasus peace deal with Washington seeking to draw Yerevan closer. The UN says it is awaiting clarity on how much of nearly $4 billion in arrears the Trump administration will pay and when. UN chief warns of imminent financial collapse as the US confirms it plans a partial payment in the coming weeks. Burkina Faso's transitional parliament has approved a bill banning all political parties, repealing party charters and financing laws, and consolidating power under the military junta led by Captain Ibrahim Traoré. The move drew concerns from the UN rights chief, while the government defended the ban as a reset to end political polarization. According to media reports, Ethiopia is hosting a secret training camp for thousands of fighters from Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, marking the first direct evidence of Ethiopia's involvement in Sudan's civil war. 8 sources, including a senior Ethiopian official, said the United Arab Emirates financed the camp. EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas has announced that the EU will propose a list of concessions to demand from Russia as part of a peace settlement to end the war in Ukraine. Speaking in Brussels, Kallas has emphasized that for any peace deal to succeed, European agreement is crucial. She has added that the conditions should be placed on Russia, not Ukraine, which has already faced immense pressure. Kallas's comments underline Europe's central role in the ongoing negotiations, as international powers, including Russia and the United States, continue to work towards finding a resolution to the conflict. Now we welcome Ms. Alison Mutler. She's a former AP Bureau Chief, joins us live from Bucharest. Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for joining us again. Good to see you.
Hello, Asuma.
Hi. Now looking at this, as we see Kaja Kallas's statements, do you think this will indirectly elongate or complicate the negotiation further? Or where do you think West or European Union and the coalition of the willing, where do you think they stand or their effectiveness in the negotiations now?
Well, will it complicate the negotiations? Well, the negotiations are incredibly complicated and there's been no breakthrough. And it's basically been Russia and the United States, and the United States is generally known to be more favorable to Russia because it wants to have Russia on its side to resolve this conflict and to move on to other geopolitical areas. Will it complicate it? I think Europe wants to change the narrative. I think it wants to make clear that there can be no sustainable peace without European involvement in the talks. So yes, it will perhaps complicate it, but we're not getting anywhere anyway. So, and I think Europe just wants to make it clear that Europe needs to have a role in these talks, because if United States and Russia try and pressurize Ukraine, which is the weaker party, into conceding, then it's just like putting a little plaster, a band-aid over a wound that in the next few weeks or months or years will break out again. It'll just be peace for the sake of peace. And what Europe is saying is we need sustainable peace, real peace, and that means Russia needs to make concessions, which it doesn't want to make, but the war is costing it. But it is a very tricky situation, and it's very complicated however you look at it.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for highlighting that. Yes, of course, the negotiations are complicated, but what's the effectiveness, or do you think that France and all these European EU leaders trying to make or making statements, these kind of statements, is it effective? Does it really make difference? Where do you think exactly is their place in making these kind of statements?
I think they want to make a difference. I think that Europe wants to unite, become a stronger voice. We saw that over Greenland when, Donald Trump was sort of, well, I'm going to take Greenland, I need it, and that's it. And Europe did stand up to it. So I think Europe is trying to make its voice heard, and it is trying to make a difference. Whether it will have success or not, it is hard to say. Anyway, even as we stand, where we have Russia and we have basically we have Russia and we have the US, we're still not making any progress. This is about Europe trying to stand up for itself and to be a greater force, which you've seen with, J.D. Vance was booed at the Winter Olympics. We've seen it in Poland, where the US ambassador was chastised by Poland. Europe is not going to does not want to play an obviously junior role. I think Europe is trying to say you cannot have peace. Whether or not we'll make a difference, it's hard to say, but we have seen the Trump administration, particularly Donald Trump, backing off when Europe has stood up for itself.
So do you think that they are feeling like they're sidelined in these negotiations?
Year, and it's almost as if in recent weeks even that Europe has sort of gathered itself together, coordinated its efforts, and making sure that they are not sidelined. For sure they felt sidelined by Donald Trump. I mean, it's obvious that Europe is very annoying. It's almost pesky for Donald Trump. And for Russia, it's like an annoying fly. They'd rather Europe didn't exist, and they could just go over their heads if Europe, and just do a deal between Russia and United States and force Ukraine to accept the concessions. But it's a little bit more complicated than that, because obviously Donald Trump wants to come and say, look, I've resolved another war. Okay, it took me a bit longer than I thought, but I'm the only one that could have resolved it. But if it's only a sort of not a real peace, we'll have hostilities again, and they won't necessarily just stop at Ukraine. They may go to Moldova, they may go to the Baltic states, they may go to Poland, may go to Romania. So there is a difference between just declaring you have peace and actually having a peace that works and forcing Russia to make concessions, which it does not seem to want to do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for sharing that insight with us. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has stated that the US is focused on resolving European issues, including the Ukraine crisis, in order to shift its attention to countering China. In an interview, Lavrov has explained that analysts believe the US will eventually seek an agreement with Russia, removing Ukraine from the negotiation table. He has emphasized that once Europe's issues are addressed, the US will direct its major efforts towards China. Lavrov has noted that while this strategy is not openly stated, it is implied in US defense and security policies. Now we welcome back Ms. Alison Mutler. She is joining us live from Bucharest. Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, how do you analyze the current relationship and alignment of US and Russia?
Well, it's much better than it has been under Biden, but this creates problems with Ukraine and with Europe. But I think the Russians are always worried that Donald Trump will turn, that he will not consider them as an equal partner. And Lavrov, in these statements, he's actually saying something that suits Russia. Russia wants the US to pressure Ukraine into coming to any old deal that suits Russia and not Ukraine, and then turn its eyes to China. That is what he wants, and that is why he's saying that. I'm sure there is some truth in that the United States, Trump, has had enough of the Ukraine war. It's been going on for 4 weeks, I think 4 years. Sorry, next week, and he's absolutely had enough of it. And Russia wants this to be done and dusted in Russia's favor, and there is pretending to be an ally of the United States, and then the United States can look at its real problem, which is China, because Russia is very keen to get everything it wants, its maximalist demands in Ukraine. So it's saying something which is perhaps true, but it's also totally in Russia's interest. And Russia is very interested in keeping Donald Trump on side and keeping the United States putting pressure on Ukraine and basically treating them very, very much like a second-rate partner.
And what do you think, why is Sergei Lavrov making these kind of statements? What does this timing suggest? Can we see it or analyze it as poking U.S.?
Yeah, but it's also poking China, saying that, actually the US has bigger problems with China. It's also trying, in a way, to flatter, in a way, I suppose, to say, look, we know what the US policy is, we know what they really want, this is what we want. But the only reason that Lavrov says this is because it suits Russia, it suits the Kremlin. The Kremlin wants the Ukraine to be resolved in its favor, and it wants the US to turn its attention elsewhere. It doesn't want Europe involved, it doesn't want Ukraine to have any have any rights, or it wants Ukraine to be treated the way it wants, and it's hoping that Donald Trump will agree with it, which Donald Trump has. But the problem is more complicated than Russia and the US. But so, in a way, he's making a bit of he's being a bit not. It could be risky, saying that in fact China's a problem, because also Russia has a good relationship with China, but it's very much the junior partner. So in all these relations, Russia is the junior partner, but it wants to prove time and again that it's an equal or very important to the United States and to China.
And is these kind of statements or care by Russia towards U.S. and Europe welcomed by Europe? How is this seen by Europe?
No, Europe sees Russia. They don't trust Russia. Most European governments, apart from perhaps Hungary and Slovakia, who are more friendly towards Russia, they don't trust Russia. They're concerned that Russia is increasing its hybrid war, its cyber attacks, and as the German Chancellor said, Merz, we no longer have peace with Russia. And there are predictions that there will be a wider conflict with Russia, as this decade progresses. Whatever happens in Ukraine, Russia does not seem, by the European mindset, to be a country that is set on peace. Quite the opposite. So Lavrov saying these statements, of course, annoys Europe, but then Europe is in there are tensions with Russia, so I don't think it expects anything more from Russia, but it won't help cooperation between Russia and Europe, that's for sure.
With that, I'd like to thank Ms. Alison Mutler for always joining us and sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Taiwan. Taiwan's trade negotiators have left for the U.S. for their final meeting on a trade and tariff deal. The agreement struck last month will reduce tariffs on Taiwan's exports to the U.S. from 20% to 15%. Taiwanese companies will invest $250 billion in the U.S. to boost sectors like semiconductors, energy, and AI, with an additional $250 billion in credit guaranteed to support further investment. Taiwan's Vice Premier Cheng Li-chun and Chief Negotiator Yang Zhen-Ni are yet to finalize the details of the Taiwan-U.S. agreement on reciprocal trade before presenting it for parliamentary approval. Now we welcome retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi. He's a war veteran and Professor of International Relations and Strategic Studies, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Major General Dwivedi, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at Taiwan and U.S., how important is it for Taiwan? And do you think Taiwan is able or capable to balance their strategic autonomy towards or autonomy or to protect their interest while also pursuing to effectively bring in US's semiconductor or promising to invest that much in US?
Well, Suma, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, if you look at the relations between Taiwan and US, well, formally, they don't have diplomatic relations. But then, under the Taiwan Relation Act of 1979, there is a very robust trade relation that is between Taiwan and US. In fact, Taiwan has a very robust trade surplus against US. So to even it out, now the trade agreement is being negotiated, and you are right that Taiwan Vice Premier Chang Li-chun, along with the chief negotiator, are headed to US today, and they will hammer out a negotiation so that this trade surplus or trade balances out. Well, you talked about the strategic autonomy. As I mentioned about the Taiwan Relation Act, there is an understanding between US and Taiwan that US will provide security to Taiwan in case it faces aggressive or aggression from China. But this is not, openly stated. There is a ambiguity or some kind of hidden treaty or hidden agreement is there. Secondly, Taiwan by itself cannot protect, against the Chinese might. So therefore, from time to time, America keeps supplying the weapons, especially the defensive weapons, and also ensures that there is a balance is maintained as far as the Taiwanese defense is concerned. So now this new trade agreement where Taiwan plans to invest something like $250 billion would balance